what is if this is kindly go to actually you're already height shift at your screen just portion from start if you wish to present po from start here po sa 'di ba you have slides gallery on the left side of your screen. And then on the upper portion, if they're from start and then current slide. So yeah, if
Yes,
you
from
wish to
start.
start from yes, po, click from start. Sige po, ma'am. And then what we're seeing right now is your first slide. Yan
Yes.
pong education as a social equalizer, transforming, and yan po.
I'm actually good with this, but
Sir, ka naman.
how can I? Oh, okay.
Well, I guess you already prepared some notes. Tama po ba? And you wish to see the notes?
No, I just want to see what's next.
You want to
Although
see
I
what's
have-
next?
Yes.
Okay. So since you should probably check the presenter view. It is really good po if you have two monitors.
Oh, okay. Never mind. It's fine.
Okay, it's fine.
It's okay.
Sige po. Thank you
I'll
po,
keep-
ma.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're always welcome po, ma'am. Salamat po. Hi, Sir Earl. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Na-disconnect kami kasi nagbiglang nagkaroon ng power interruption.
Yes po, opo.
Anyway, sige sir, you can take over po yung technicals, yung pag-check po sa mga panelists before.
Yes po, si Dr. Lorena, Ma'am Jean, and si
Okay na po.
Opo,
Okay.
na-check na po. Pero biglang nawala si Ma'am Nora. Opo.
Sige.
I guess
Thank
she'll
you.
be back po.
Thank you, Sir Ken. In case may sinadawang link doon sa atin, yung para sa slide, in case mawala ulit yung from here.
Okay, so I'll play it na lang
Yeah.
po.
In case,
Okay.
just in case lang po.
Yes po, sige, I'll prepare then.
Sige po. Thank you.
Sir, parang somehow it's dark there.
Dark po sa
Your-
office.
Oo,
Yeah.
yung light, yung
Okay.
sabi daw, yung lightning mo, sir, yung lightning.
Though day man ako kay Puhan so day man kay Puhan ang mukha ko. so
Sige, sir.
thank you, Sir Ken.
Welcome po. At around, sir, 11:55, nakaschedule na yung sa StreamYard po.
Cool. Sige po.
Okay po. Sige po.
We'll start naman po exactly at 12. So we're just waiting for Dr. Nora and then Dr. Lorente.
Yes po. He's not yet around.
eh,
We have na po the moderators po, si Ma'am Christine and Dr. Solomo po. Ma'am Christine and Ma'am Wendy, can we check your audio if okay po?
Hello, good afternoon po, Sir Ken.
Hello po, madam. Ay, ganda. Ay, effect. Ay,
wait for Dr. Wendy.
sige
Ma'am
po.
Wendy.
Ay,
Ma'am Wendy.
aberado ka.
Check mo.
Aberado ka. Yan. Can I... Hello, madam. Galawin mo, ma'am, yung baso.
Hello, Ma'am Wendy.
Ayan na. Ma'am, patingin daw,
Video
ma'am,
po,
ng
Ma'am Wendy.
may
Wait lang
video check.
A little later, sir, nag-lunch pa lang po kaya ako.
Sige po.
Pero nag-check na po si Sir Earl kanina po. Okay, ma'am.
Okay po, sige po.
Thank you.
Welcome
Surprise
po.
na lang daw po yung yung kanyang dress po ngayon.
Ay, sige doon. Diyos ko, pati yung dress. Baka siguro
Yes.
naka-background din si ma'am.
The Dean is here. Hi, Dean.
Hello po.
Gusto niyo pong kay Sir
Sir,
Ken check po ng
Dean, sound check po. Ang ganyan.
Dean?
Hello po, good noon po.
Medyo ano sir, maluya sir ang ano mo po. Chan, may magamit ka sir ning ano.
Hello po.
Yeah.
Ayan,
Let's
ayan,
go.
ayan, ayan na po.
Thanks, Dean.
Okay, thank you.
So, let me try po muna din ulit yung aking pag-share ng screen.
Sige po sir.
Sige po. So, na-try na ito kanina.
Our question.
Yeah, it's ano sir, it's working. Pero
Partido State
That's
University.
how.
I don't know, parang sa may
Orientation
sa bandang
25.
baba, hindi siya nahihiling.
Ano po?
Sige sir,
Hanggang-
first or itong second slide mo sir.
Wait.
One, House rules.
Ini po?
Hindi po. Yung merong parang footnote na
Ano man lang
footnote
ito?
ba yun?
Ito?
Hindi po. Ito sir, yung ganitong ano.
Okay. Ano lang
Yeah.
naman yan, sir? Sa message man lang yan.
Okay. Sige.
So parang background lang naman siya nitong isa.
Okay po. Sige po. Yay.
Thanks.
Welcome po.
For participants po, kung gusto nyo po later for photo op, we've sent sa emails nyo po ng ating Zoom background. Yung same para po sa ating series background. In case po you also want, hindi nyo po na-access yung inyong email, I can upload po dito sa Zoom yung file and then pwede nyo na lang po ma-check. So thank you po.
Thank you po sir.
So sinend ko po yung ating Zoom background for our participants po. This is the same Zoom background po that we sent in on your emails po last night. So thank you po. Ayan, Sir Ken, yaw na po ulit si Dr. Nora.
Yes po. Opo.
Si Dr. Lorente nagkakape lang daw po madali. Ay gumagawa lang daw po ng kape.
Sige lang po sir.
Sige.
Our question of where comunitas can be found in the transmission procession.
To facilitate academic and public platforms to converse and engage on culture and heritage, including present and emerging conversations across disciplines, Museo de Isarog, the University Museum of the Partido State University, established the Balongibog Talks in 2019. Balongibog is a made-up word from a fusion of two Bicol terms, Balangibog and Balalong. Balangibog, according to Malcolm Min's Dictionaryong Bicol, is the root word for magbalangibog or ibalangibog, which means to spread the word, to announce, to make public, or to issue as a statement. Balalong, on the other hand, is an ethnographic material in Camarines that is the central piece of Museo de Isarog collection. It is a hollowed wooden drum that plays an entangled role in Camarines' past and present cultural imaginations. As described by Merito Espinas in the Ibalong, the Bicol folk epic fragment, Balalong is used by striking loudly during the halya, a feast ritual to prevent the bakunawa from devouring the moon, which ancient Bicos consider as harbinger of bad luck. In the Spanish Bicol, balalong is usually hung in the veranda to gather the people or to use as an alarm of invading Moros. Balongibog Talks is the Museo de Isarog's venue of gathering people to share knowledge and disseminate information not only to students and colleagues in the university, but more importantly, to the people of Partido. With the advent of COVID-19 pandemic, various Balongibog segments or
Hi, Dr. Hello po, Dr. Lorente.
Hello.
Magandang gabing madaling araw po sa inyo.
Yes.
Opo. We can do test po ng iyong. Your audio looks okay. Sounds okay po. Yung slide niyo po, gusto niyo po i-try?
Sure. So okay bang nakikita mo?
Yung ano po, yung buong PowerPoint po.
So let me.
Sige po. Yawan man po si Sir Ken to help us. Sir Ken.
Yan po,
Okay.
hello po.
Ayan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay po.
That's fine now, right?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
Okay, good.
Sir Ken, na-check na po kay Dr. Nora, no?
Yes po. Okay na po.
Sige po. Thank you. We'll begin it around para po eksakto po ng 12 noon. Participants will just come in. Apo. May few minutes pa naman. And in 2 minutes po, magla-live na rin po tayo 2 minutes po sa ating Facebook po. Hello po. We'll start in a minute after 12 para po sa ating mga panelists. Ma'am Combiz is on standby po. So we can start, and anyway, naka-live stream na po tayo, Sir Ken, right?
Yes po.
Okay, thanks. Sige po. I'll give the floor na po kay Ma'am Sherry.
Okay, so shall we start na? I hope I'm clear already. Hello, everyone, and we're so grateful to have you here with us today in this live webinar session for the Balongibog Talks, an international science career orientation series with its theme, Education as a Social Equalizer, Transforming Our Lives Through an Advanced Science Degree for Session 1 on Organic Chemistry, Pharmaceutical Industry, PSU Alumni, Academia, Biologics, and Mentoring. From the Partido State University here in Goa, Camarines Sur, again, we warmly welcome you, especially those who are joining us live on Facebook, for yet another interestingly relevant lecture series organized by the University Office of International Linkages and Museo de Isarog in coordination with one of our distinguished speakers for today and our very own PSU alumnus, Dr. Lorente. This series will feature diverse career paths with advanced degrees in the sciences, and world-class research works of various scientists that will further provide you, our dear audience, exposure to current research topics. Also, this lecture series aims to bring together experts and scientists, both in the academe and industry, to capacitate science career tracks, provide mentorship programs, including graduate studies opportunities abroad that will hopefully benefit most especially students and faculty, as well as the general public and our stakeholders. So I hope you're all excited because we have 4 top caliber speakers for today who are experts in their own fields that will definitely inspire you all to pursue careers in the sciences. So just at this moment, let us just watch a short video clip to help you get to know about our Balongibog lecture series.
Sir, our question of where comunitas can be found in the transcription procession.
To facilitate academic and public platforms to converse and engage on culture and heritage, including present and emerging conversations across disciplines, Museo de Isarog, the University Museum of the Partido State University, established the Balongibog Talks in 2019. Balongibog is a made-up word from a fusion of 2 Bicol terms, Balangibog and Balalong. Balangibog, according to Malcolm Min's Dictionaryong Bicol, is the root word for magbalangibog or ibalangibog, which means to spread the word, to announce, to make public, or to issue as a statement. Balalong, on the other hand, is an ethnographic material in Camarines that is the central piece of Museo de Isarog collection. It is a hollowed wooden drum that plays an entangled role in Camarines' past and present cultural imaginations. As described by Merito Espinas in the Ibalong, the Bicol folk epic fragment, Balalong is used by striking loudly during the Halya, a feast ritual to prevent the Bakunawa from devouring the moon, which ancient Bicos consider as harbinger of bad luck. In the Spanish Bicol, Balalong is usually hung in the veranda to gather the people or to use as an alarm of invading Moros. Balongibog Talks is the Museo de Isarog's venue of gathering people to share knowledge and disseminate information not only to students and colleagues in the university, but more importantly, to the people of Partido. With the advent of COVID-19 pandemic, various Balongibog segments were realized through partnership with PSU academic and research institutions, namely the Center for Partido Studies, Partido Economics Institute, the College of Arts and Sciences, the School of Graduate Studies and Research, the Office Office of the University President, the Office of the Board Secretary, the Office of the University Extension and Community Services, and the PSU Association of Student Federation for Cultural Preservation and Promotion. The Balongibog segments initiate public service by serving as a platform and resource center to facilitate multidisciplinary discussions on COVID, anthropology, history, biology, mathematics, economics, education, and other disciplines. We commit to use this platform to bring together academics, scholars, experts, students, and the public to share insights and discussions about humanity. Join us in our upcoming webinars as we also wait for the opening of new exhibits at the Museo de Isarog this 2023.
Our question.
Again, to our dear participants, welcome to the Balongibog Lecture Series. Today, we're going to present to you our pre-registered participants this morning. As you can see from the slide, majority of our participants are coming from the field of education and the rest in the fields of medicine and other allied fields and industries, including consulting and accounting. Welcome everybody, especially to our dear friends from the Department of Education and other universities and colleges in the region and across the country. So we have here the list of some of the universities, colleges, and schools who are participating with us today. We have, of course, from Partido State University, from the Department of Education. We have also a participant from Adamson University, from Asian Institute of Management, Basud National High School, Bicol University, Cagayan State University, Camarines Norte State College Mercedes, Cataingan National High School, Secos University, Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, Ciriaco Esterol Hospital, Colombian College, Ilocos Sur Community College, Indian Community, Lighthouse Baptist Academy of Iriga City, Masbate School of Fisheries, Osmeña Colleges, Philippine Normal University, Sisters of Mary School Adios Incorporation, Technological Institute of the Philippines, and the Lewis College. Also, in the following slide, we can see that most of our audience today are teachers, professionals, and students. We have also participants who are school heads and administrators, researchers, and medtech professionals. Thank you, sirs and ma'ams, for taking your time to attend our Balongibog talks for today. Okay, so before we get started, just a few quick announcements. This webinar is recorded and the recording will be available to everybody on our Parso info page and the Museo de Isarog even after this event. So you can go back and rewatch it later on if you want to. And also to avoid hiccups during the webinar session, please take notes of our webinar house rules.
University Science Career Orientation 2021 House Rules. The talk series will be recorded. This will also be live streamed via the Facebook pages Museo de Isarog and Parso info page. Please change your Zoom screen name in the following template: affiliation _ first name space last name. Also, we highly encourage the use of our official virtual background of the series sent via email by the organizers. Participants will be muted upon entering Zoom. Please stay muted while speakers are presenting and delivering their talks. However, your comments and questions will be highly appreciated in the open forum to be held at the latter part of the program. Should you have any questions to the speakers, please type in your queries in the Q&A box option of Zoom so that it can be addressed in the open forum. For comments about talks, please use the chat box. Help us in improving the university's activities by giving your feedbacks in the evaluation form, which will be provided in the chat box at the end of the program. Certificates will automatically be sent via email after filling out the form. Good luck and enjoy.
And so with that, let us now start
Partido
this
State
webinar.
University
Our dear audience, please take a listen to the recorded message from our university president, who is also one of the rock stars in the field of science himself, Dr. Raul G. Bradesina.
One.
Good noon to everyone. There is increasing recognition around the world that developing countries can become progressive if they make their economies competitive. And to make competitive economies, these countries need to build a knowledge society. Knowledge as foundation of competitive economy. In the current development context, knowledge economy can be pursued if we invest heavily on STEM courses or science, technology, engineering, and mathematics related courses that will help us produce the intellectual capital we need to build knowledge economy. We need to have many professionals in the STEM courses who can help us advance science and technology to support economic competitiveness and knowledge economy. But it is a fact that our culture made a lot of us averse about taking up courses along STEM. Many would like to be lawyers and artists rather than researchers and scientists. It is important to encourage our youths to go into STEM professions as their careers to overcome our weakness and build knowledge economy. And for that, I'd like to express my deepest appreciation and gratitude to Dr. Bunyaga, a scientist and alumnus of this institution, and his friends for spearheading this series using Balongibog podcast as vehicle, the podcast of Partido State University. I'd like to thank him and congratulate him and his group for this initiative. May his and his friends' tribe increase. Good afternoon. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you very much, sir. Right, so to formally launch our lecture series, please welcome our Science Career Orientation Series convener, Dr. Llorente Bonyaga.
Thank you very much. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is it the right screen?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Well, good afternoon, good morning, and good evening for some of the attendees. I would like to welcome you to this collaboration activities that we do have, me and my friends with Partido State University. So I call this as a collaboration with PSU, my name and my friends, essentially trying to help the university achieve its goals, its vision, mission, and so on. So early in the year, we had approached the Partido State University through Ley Ordonio, and we were so grateful to have found a collaboration and a connection. And having learned that the vision of the university is on building an academic culture, which is focused on intellectual capital by establishing a science and research-based institution. So with that vision, these are the following missions. One of them is to establish a science department, for example, a chemistry department, which is focused on high quality teaching and research. To be able to attract highly qualified scientific academicians, researchers, and students, and to conduct state-of-the-art, high-quality, and socially relevant research. So having learned of this vision and mission of our of our school, I thought we are in a good position to be able to help the university achieve its mission and eventually its vision. So these are the proposals that we do have with respect to the collaboration, and these are the suggested role. Potentially, we could mentor faculty members and students. We could assist in the creation of a chemistry degrees and laboratories. We could definitely provide a perspective to high school students and the newly hired junior faculty and convince them to pursue an advanced degree in the sciences. We could also assist the school or the university in publications in international journals by writing or reviewing the publication. We could also provide guidance on the development and conduct of research proposals. We could definitely review the research proposal or be a member of the graduate committees. We could definitely utilize an expensive or an extensive network of scientists or resources to help PSU achieve its goals. And definitely, we could definitely provide talks in PSU, which are sponsored workshops or seminars like what we're doing today. So this series of collaboration activities with PSU started as a kicked-off when I provided the Balongibog talk a while ago in June on the COVID-19 vaccines and therapies. So what we're having for today is a series of science career orientations, and today hallmarks or begins the first of the series of the science orientation. So why a career in science? Scientific progress is crucial to our future, as what indicated by the president. It has also provided us with tools to better understand the world. It improves definitely our analytical and problem-solving skills. It keeps us up to date with the correct information and having us the ability to analyze the information that's being provided to us. It offers a large number of job opportunities. And lastly, an advanced degree in science further distinguishes us from the pool in the workforce. So this is the target audience of this science career orientation series, as what was already presented earlier in this part of the presentation. We have high school, college, university students, and faculty, administrators, and researchers. There's also a representative from the workforce, and definitely a large part is also coming from the general public who are curious, interested, who needs a different perspective, science enthusiasts, and some friends and families. But a large part of the folks who have registered, as you have seen, are coming from the students and the faculty. So what are the topics to be covered? So each of the speakers would be presenting their perspective of how they had got to science, their career journeys, their scientific journeys. But a lot of this would be answered, a lot of the following questions would be answered in one point or another in their presentation. One of them would be, what made me interested in the sciences? What or who influenced me to pursue a science and an advanced degree in science? What has been my career path? How did I get to my current position after graduation from a bachelor's degree? What am I doing now? So this involves a discussion on their current role, research, and other activities. How does my advanced science degree impact my life? What are the lessons learned from my career journey? What career advice would I give to students or budding scientists? So for this series or for this session, the following are the speakers. Aside from myself, we have Dr. Jean Palmes, who is also an alumnus of PSU. Both of us are trained organic and organometallic chemistry. Myself is involved or has been involved in medicinal chemistry, but I am now in the fields of regulatory affairs and management in the pharmaceutical industry. Dr. Palmes is also involved in contract development and manufacturing organizations supporting the pharma industry. And the other two speakers are coming from the academia. We have Dr. Nora Caberoy, who who specializes in genetics and cell biology. And she is a faculty in academia, and a big part of her talk would also be on the teaching and research mentorship that is with her current graduate, Dr. Lorena Samentar, who's also in biological sciences. So she would be providing us with her experience in graduate school, how to survive in graduate school, and she is a returning faculty of UP Visayas. So as I've indicated earlier, both myself and Dr. Palmes are representatives of the industry. Both of us are alumni of all these, of Goa Central School, Partido State University, and UP Los Baños. Nora Caberoy is an alumni of UP Los Baños, and Lorena is from the UP Visayas. So this is just a repeat of our expertise. So for this first session, we would be tackling about organic chemistry, a flavor of the pharmaceutical industry, our relationship or connection with the Partido State University. Nora and Lorena would be providing us with some information on biologics research, mentoring, graduate school recruitment, and a returning faculty. And also in their presentation, they would be having some discussion on their research work. For our second session, the main theme of this session is on environmental science and engineering, research in the academia, recruitment, mentoring undergraduate and graduate students. So we do have highly esteemed professors from, one would be coming from North Carolina State University in the USA, who's gonna be talking about environmental biotechnology, micro fundamentals of environmental engineering. Another one would be as well a professor from the University at Buffalo in New York, USA, and her expertise is on environmental and analytical chemistry. The third speaker that we have comes from University of California in San Francisco, and his expertise is on the development of mass spec techniques and their application to environmental biomonitoring, clinical toxicology, and so on. All these three speakers are coming from my network, being a graduate of UP Los Baños. So the third session, we also on biologics, analytical methods, industry versus academia, teaching and research. So we do have two of the speakers are coming from the industry. One is a senior VP of technical operations in a company in California, who is an expert in biopharmaceutical processes and process development, scale up, tech transfer, and so on. Dr. Ian Magalpo is also a scientist. He is a recent graduate of his PhD from Cornell. His expertise is on recombinant membrane protein purification and so on. Gladys Completo is also a current faculty at the Institute of Chemistry in UP Los Baños. Her expertise is on carbohydrate chemistry. Dr. Ian Mitchell is currently a director in the Protein Core facility at the University of St. Louis in Missouri. and his expertise is on de-orphanization efforts of orphan nuclear receptors. So all of them would be providing us with perspective where we can compare and contrast industry from the academia. And the next session that we do have, which is early next year, it would be by Catherine De Luna and Rufina Achacoso. Both of them are from the UPLB Forestry. So the focus of this session is on forestry. And I would also like to take this opportunity to sincerely thank our speakers for tonight or for this afternoon for sharing their time, their knowledge in advancing science at Partido State University and to a global audience that we do have attending this seminar. And also I would like to thank Dr. Raul Bradesina, the PSU president, and Dr. Gilbert Sadsad, the regional director of the Department of Education in Region 5 for helping us disseminate the information about this career orientation. And lastly, I would like to thank a big group of people, the committee members who have made this event possible. It's a very fun and streamlined activity. We have Lei Odoño as the CIROS co-convener, Earl John Hernandez as a secretariat, the same thing with Vanessa. We have Christine Basilia Bongay for CIROS moderator, Sherry Combis for CIROS MC, Wendy Solomo as CIROS moderator, Kennedy Kuya technical support, Marilu Barcela for secretariat as a secretariat, Bernadette Gumaba, Danilo Herona, Roland Bulao as the Balongibog Talks coordinator, and Noel J. Rojas for the publication materials. I do thank you for making this event possible.
Thank you, Dr. Llorente. It's us who are really eternally grateful for what you're doing for Partido State University, and we're so proud that we have someone like you helping us conduct this kind of activity. Okay, so as our audience can see, we have so many lecture series on the pipeline, and I hope that you can still join us in our next series. So, okay, so we will proceed to the most important portion of this webinar session, the career talks. To help you get to know our distinguished speakers for today, please watch these video clips for their introduction.
Dr. Llorente Boniaga is an experienced RA professional with a combined 20 years of diverse industry experience in global regulatory CMC, 14 years, drug discovery and small molecule and biological pharmaceutical development, and drug product due diligence. He is currently a director in RA CMC at Merck, leading a team supporting pre-approval CMC RA for small molecules portfolio for Merck. Graduated with a BS in Agricultural Chemistry from the University of the Philippines at Los Baños in 1990, and PhD in Chemistry, major in Organic Chemistry from the Florida State University in 2000. Conducted postdoctoral work in Chemical Biology at the Scripps Research Institute in La Jolla, California, and in Medicinal Chemistry at the Johnson & Johnson PRD in Springhouse, Pennsylvania. He stayed on as medicinal chemist in drug discovery and transitioned to CMC sciences in J&J. He pursued regulatory affairs CMC in several small and large global companies in the US and Switzerland, such as Vertex Pharmaceutical, Fibrogen, Genentech, Roche, and Ultragenyx. He has worked directly on approved drug products in the market, such as Ivermectin, among others. Let us all welcome Dr. Llorente Boniaga.
Thank you for the introduction. Can you see my
Dr.
slide?
Jean Paul.
Yes, sir. We're seeing your slide, sir.
Okay, hang on. All right, let me just new share. How about now? Okay.
Ayun.
Good.
Yes,
All
sir.
right. Thank you very much for the introduction. It's really been a long time that I've completed school. I was just mesmerized of how long ago it was. So anyway, for the agenda for my talk, I would be answering these questions where I posed as what is my science journey from my elementary school to postgraduate. What is graduate school? What are the expectations of being in graduate school? Why did I pursue an advanced chemistry degree? What research did I do? What were my survival skills for grad school and also for postgrad school? What is my career journey, and ultimately, what is my advice on career and life in general? So in this talk, I would be focusing on the central of the discussion is on the career, and around career you have a preparation, the formal education, the skills that you're going to be developing as you go through your career and or through your life. What is your vision? What are your values? What are your interests? And what are your goals? So before I'm going to go to all those topics, I'd like to do some level setting, a realistic perspective. So these are the factors that influences our success. Who you're born to, where you are born, and what did you do despite A or B. So the first two, A or B, are uncontrollable. So a lot of the discussions that I'm going to be providing to you today is on the controllable aspects, on what efforts have we done or have I done to get to the point where I am today. Now, I am not saying that I am successful or anything. What I am saying here is at what point in my life that I am in at this time. So success doesn't come to us. We go to it. Success at anything will always come down to two things. It's focus and effort, and we control these two things. According to Louis Pasteur, in the fields of observation, chance favors only those minds which are prepared. And this is further elaborated by Richard Branson, who says, furthermore, that the more you practice, the luckier you become. So, as I've indicated earlier, these are the controllable factors that are helping us towards the pursuit of a career. A career is the center of the universe in this case. So, but here is a cautionary tale. Do not compare yourself with others. Everyone has their own role to play. And do not be afraid to choose a different path than the others. So what I'm going to be sharing with you is my story in terms of how I have achieved what we refer to as so-called career, essentially where I am at this point in my life. So let me start with the formal education. So that's how we all got started. So basically, it has something to do with laying down the foundations, building the toolbox, but it's not necessarily true that we already know what we want at that stage. Essentially, I was just simply like a sponge, absorbing all the information as I can, and hopefully being able to spit them out in the test like everybody else. There is a lot of portion of this about learning about ourselves, our interests, our passion. You're starting to get ideas on what you like to do. Now, what other people or even your parents want you to do. So what is needed here that I thought was a self-realization. What do I want? What do I like to do? So it needs a lot of guidance, mentoring, faith, and nurturing, both from the teachers or from an older sibling or from the parents or from an older relative. So just to show you my progression or essentially my graduate career or my educational path, I started in Goa Central School. Then I went on to Partido National High School, logically. Then I went to UP Los Baños for college. Then I went overseas and went to Florida State for my PhD in organic chemistry. Then I did my postdoctoral academic postdoctoral position or work at the Scripps Research Institute in La Jolla, California, and further went on an industrial postdoctoral work at Johnson & Johnson for Pharmaceutical Research and Development. And pretty much this position has allowed me to get into the industry as my future workplace. So here is my science journey, and this is essentially the learning stage of my career. So how did I get involved in the sciences? Remember, I mentioned about someone has recognized that I must be good at science, or I am okay with science. I must have some kind of an aptitude in the sciences and math. So I've always been in quiz contest, essay writing contest. And I do remember Mrs. Cecilia Bermejo was my science coach, Anita de los Santos as my math coach, and these are the folks who have nurtured and really had recognized my abilities in these two areas. Then this is further honed in when I went to the national high school or to the secondary school. So I was further being groomed for science. I had Mrs. Sancho as my science coach. Miss Pasiona was also instrumental in my love for math. Esther Berio was also helpful in framing me as as a human being, essentially. And similarly, I was also involved in quizzes, research, essay writing contests, everything that you can think of, which I kind of like, because when you get prizes or you get to travel to do contests, it's kind of fun for me. And the idea here is that my goals, the G, the V is the values, S is for skills, I for interest, they were also evolving. I'm starting to understand what I like and what I don't like to do. And then I get trained on some leadership skills through these CMLI, and I got to participate in student organizations. Then for college, I went on to UP Los Baños. So I was doing research in biochemistry, and also your EGVSI, your education, goals, values, skills, interests, and vision, it's still evolving. And I realized at the time that I'm starting to like organic chemistry and biochemistry. And with participating in several academic organizations in college, I was forging relationship and getting trained on some leadership skills. But there was a big adaptation from high school to college because of being in, to be exact, in a collegiate place where it's very far from where you are. And of course, the level of education is also different. And the way that the things are being taught in UP Los Baños is very different. So you're getting further trained on sciences. There's that lesson on independence, life in general. And the concept of graduate school is starting to materialize in my head. And basically, I was very much influenced by my parents, where I was going to school essentially with them when I was growing up, because both of them were going to grad school. So I became a member of the UPLB Chemical Society. That's why you have seen me so active in initiatives involving chemistry. And I had become also a president of the society of my scholarship, which is the Agricultural and Rural Development Scholars, which I'm also very involved in at this point. So all of this had been transformational and influential in my career. So after college, I didn't know exactly what to do next. Essentially, everybody was going to work. And so that's the same thing what I did. I started teaching. So I taught in UP Los Baños for a year. And I don't pretty much know what to do next. So there were somewhat no guidance or mentors on what I would like to do. And so basically I just followed the crowd and I set out for an adventure. And so I went to grad school in the US. So why US? It's because a lot of my friends were going to the US for grad school. And I thought it would be much easier because I would know somebody or several folks who are already in the US who are also in the same position as I am, basically in graduate school. So in graduate school, I did teaching and research. Now about my major, it's some kind of a trial and error. Although I realized that I like organic chemistry in my undergrad, I thought I was going to do inorganic chemistry in grad school. But during my first year, it's something that I didn't really like. So I shifted to organic chemistry. So that's the validation of my interest in organic chemistry. And then while in grad school, that's where my research skills, analytical skills are being honed, especially in organic chemistry. Is it, it provided you with a different perspective on problem solving or on how to look at situations. It further hones my communication skills, such as speaking, oral presentations, because you have to teach and then you also have to publish. So essentially, your technical writing abilities is needed for publication. And once again, it involves refinement. This time it's a refinement of my GVS, the goals, values, and skills. And it also involves adaptation, once again, with a Philippine college degree, and this time to a US graduate school. So the value here is that it had further pushed me to develop the skill or the value for hard work, perseverance, tenacity, focus, survival, competition, etc. And at this point, I'm also beginning to, or I was also beginning to develop this academic networking and being a member of, for example, this American Chemical Society, where you would head out and make presentations and you network with other students in the same field. Then after graduate school, as if it's not enough, I went on for an academic postdoctoral work where there is more research, where I did a research on an interface between chemistry and biology. And once again, there was an adaptation because the focus of the research is very different from at the time. It was somewhat novel and in the cutting edge of research at the Scripps Research Institute. And there is also this LinkedIn, which is very common now. This was a professional network that gets started at that time. And my postdoctoral work was really very intense because it was only for a short time. And then I got to realize that I would be either in the pharma or in the biotech, as opposed to taking a career in the academia. So what did I do for my industrial postdoctoral work? This time it's more research once again, and it involves an application of chemistry to pharmaceutical industry. And so this is one of the realizations that I had at the time, that I really want to do an applied research more than a basic research. And the mentor that I had, who was an inventor of Toparmate, was a big influence in my liking for being in the industry and being able to do what you want to do and at the same time contribute to the industry. And it further hones the communication skills and it reinforces those EGBS. And you're starting to create, at this point, your professional network. And you learn about the corporate world. as you carve yourself a career path. And at this point, the decision was very easy. It was really going to the pharma industry as opposed to going to academia. Note that I was very much surrounded by teachers in the family, but I made a decision that it's not something that I would really wanted to do, that I would rather enjoy being in the pharmaceutical industry where I was at the time. And the reason for that is just the liking and in retrospect, I realized that even though I love mentoring and training, it's something that I can still do in the current position that I am in, being in the industry. I don't necessarily need to be in the academia to be able to cater to my inclination to teach, to mentor, or to train. So let me pause and explain to you what is graduate school. So this gives us a better feel for folks who are new to hearing graduate school. What is postgraduate education about? So a graduate school is a school that awards advanced academic degrees like a master's degree or a doctoral degree, because a requirement for this is that you should have had completed your undergraduate or bachelor's degree. And almost every undergrad degree has a corresponding advanced degree. And note that this postgraduate education is different, or graduate school is different from professional schools and also from extension schools. The former offers specialized advanced degrees in professional fields like medicine, nursing, business, and so on, while extension schools, they offer certificates. One has to be accepted to graduate school to get awarded those graduate degrees, definitely. And the curricula or the requirements varies by country to country. There is a combination of coursework and independent research, or a combination of both. One can also have a direct PhD. You can skip the master's degree upon passing the PhD requirements. So if you are to look for information about graduate school on any field that you'd like or in any area, Google is our friend. You could just Google all this information, and all this information would be at your fingertips, providing you with information about graduate school, wherever you wanted to take it, whatever degrees that you'd like to pursue. So what to expect in graduate school? So definitely it is a highly specialized study. It is focused on a specific discipline. You would conduct undergraduate teaching as a lecturer or as a laboratory instructor as requirements. You yourself are to take graduate courses on the chosen discipline and few on allied courses. And classes are typically smaller because this is highly focused classes. There's definitely a very rigorous evaluation of your work by professors and peers. There is this periodic preliminary exams to pass for the direct PhD program. So this is some kind of a PhD competency test that is routinely provided to students. You conduct independent and original research, you present seminars, you present poster sessions, oral sessions in conferences, you publish in peer-reviewed journals, and definitely at the end, you would have to conduct an oral defense of your research work. So I'm going to give you some example of a graduate school application requirements. So this is something that I had taken from the Florida State Chemistry Department admission information. So for international students, there is this GRE that you have to take. It's the Graduate Records Examination. So your score, for instance, should be at least 150 for verbal and 155 for the quantitative aspect of the test. And the TOEFL and the IELTS, so those are their accepted scores. So there is this deadline that you had to uh, to submit your application, mostly because there would be some university scholarships that are being awarded, tuition for teaching assistants, tuition waiver awards for TAs, or for research assistants, RAs. So it is important to be able to submit early in the process so that you may get some awards or some waiver for tuition. Then this is the application process. So I'm just going to read this to you. One of them is the program and faculty of interest, because this helps the department identify your preferences, and they could essentially assign you to whichever programs and faculty that you're interested to pursue your graduate degree. Second one is a statement of purpose. It's essentially, why are you pursuing a graduate degree in chemistry? The third requirement is your resume. Then you have your transcripts, and then your GRE tests, and definitely a set of the letters of recommendation for your references to vouch for your ability and aptitude to be successful in graduate school. Now, these are going back to documents 4 and 5. These are unofficial transcripts and official GRE scores, because these are sent directly by your university for the transcripts, and the GRE. I forgot now who conducts GRE tests, but they were to be sent directly to the department that you're applying your grad school. So essentially, there's nothing extraordinary about these requirements. They're very much standard requirements. So this is a sample program overview. So it requires you that all students pass a minimum of 18 hours of graduate work, and the cumulative GPA must be at least 3.0 or higher. So this is essentially equivalent to 2.0 in the Philippine grading system, 1 being the highest in the Philippines, and here in the US, 4.0 is the highest. Students must pass a PhD oral competency exam focusing on your research. And no later than the end of your ninth semester in the program, students must submit a proposal and a completed presentation to the advisory committee. And then the PhD candidacy is granted after definitely completion of all those requirements and a minimum of 24 dissertation hours. Now, just to put this in context, science degrees, especially for organic chemistry, it takes us 5 years to get a PhD degree. If you have a master's, it could be a little bit longer than the 5 years, but that's just for organic chemistry, because the nature of it is a lot of research, and whether your research works or not, that pretty much determines how fast you can finish your degree. So why did I pursue an advanced degree? Well, one has to think of what would you like to do in life? What are your goals, values, skills, interest, and vision? So for me, it fits pretty well with my goals and my aspiration for the highest degree that I could ever get. I just realized at the time that I would be in a better position if I would have at least the highest formal degree that I could get at the time. Then I was pretty much influenced by my parents and mentors. I also had this desire to make an original contribution, and my training in elementary school and high school and even college had provided me or given me this passion for research and to achieve something big. And this is something also that I'd like to emphasize, that there is a great differentiation for having an advanced degree, because it is not everybody would aspire for or would go for an advanced degree. Other things happen in life, and each one have their own priorities. And in retrospect, because of an advanced degree, it has provided me with better career opportunities in terms of position, salary, authority, responsibility, independence, and prestige. So in the older days, when somebody has or obtain a PhD degree, the direction that they're going to is definitely academia. So it's really well suited for that highly independent research work. So one most important thing that I've also benefited from having an advanced degree is that in the US, an advanced degree is used as a highly desirable category for immigration. I had you can self-petition under a category of professionals with advanced degrees or exceptional abilities. So if you are into this, this is definitely a good stepping stone for anybody. So as part of my presentation, I'd like to share with you a publication that I did many years ago. And this is something that I had written and done my research on between myself and my research advisor. So essentially, this has something to do with, the more important thing here is, this is something to do with an inductive research, where it begins with a research question. And then this is an observation that we had collected. And then we saw a pattern in these reactions, for example. And then we had developed a theory out of this. And this is one of the best, one of the proud observations or proud publications that I had done in my graduate school. So in graduate school, I had done a lot of organometallic synthesis, basically focusing on the mechanistic aspect of the Poisson-Kahn reaction. And so essentially what you're doing is you're synthesizing several substrates or several compounds, subjecting them to that organometallic reaction conditions, and then you essentially produce a variety of products that you derive depending upon the substrate that you started. So one good thing about this research is that, remember this part, the chance favors the prepared mind. This is just a very unusual observation that I had seen, or that I had observed when I was doing my routine experiments. So this is something that was unusual. And so we had pursued it, and lo and behold, it had, if you go back to this, contrary to common belief, this compound catalyzes the Poisson-Kahn reaction, which is what we don't know at that time. And this is another publication that I had written as a review of the Poisson-Kahn reaction. But this time, this has something to do with unusual observations as well, actually, on the Poisson-Kahn reactions. So it's very mechanistic. So essentially, you have the mechanism for an organometallic reactions. So everything that could be diverted from this normal route leads to different products from basing from this reaction conditions. And this work is also something that I had done when I was at J&J PRD. So it has something to do with utilization of a transition metal catalyst in the synthesis of a variety of macrocycles. So this was also a deductive type of research where we have a hypothesis and then we confirm the findings that we had, or we confirm the hypothesis that we had initially. And as you noticed, my research is starting to evolve from basic research to an applied research, while in this case, these are now being applied to medicinal chemistry or to the pharmaceutical industry, while we're starting to have targets, for instance, on glucose homeostasis, central nervous system function, and cancer. And the same thing with my other publication in another company. So this has something to do with, we're starting to look at the interaction of a molecule with a biological material. So we synthesize a bunch of them, and then we study the biological assays. So here are the survival skills that I could share with the audience. the major buckets that I could share is that there should be critical thinking, scientific thinking, research planning, scientific techniques, communication, and soft skills. So what I'm going to be showing you now is my career journey. So from my organic chemistry background, I started my job once again at the J&J PRD in Pennsylvania. And I continued to be a medicinal chemist at Sios, another J&J company. And at that time, I was in a position where I need to transform or reinvent myself. And what you're about to see is a bunch of companies where I have worked in the entire career. So from Sios, a J&J company, I moved on to another J&J company, which is ALSA. And by the way, Sios and ALSA no longer exists. So I started as senior scientist there. That's where I started my regulatory affairs CMC. And then I moved on to Vertex Pharmaceuticals in Massachusetts. Then I moved back to California to work for Fibrogen and to Genentech and Roche. And that's where I got to do a rotation in Roche in Basel, Switzerland. And then after a while, I went back to California and I have worked for Ultragenics. And essentially now I'm here in New Jersey. So what as you could notice here, why did I not stay in one place? As you could see here, there is a significant improvement or a significant transformation in the kind of work that I'd like to do. It started from doing organic chemistry or laboratory work, and I evolved into being a regulatory affairs person and doing project people management at this point. And so just as established products and brands need updating to stay alive and vibrant, you periodically need to refresh or reinvent yourself. So this is a very important value that I've learned as I go through these different companies. And you can do anything, stay open to opportunities. So before I proceed once again with the other parts of my career, I would like to share with you what we are doing in drug discovery. And this would help you appreciate the value of science in doing drug discovery. So if you look at compound selection here on the upper left, and then the clinical candidate on the lower right, the clinical candidate, this is the molecule that goes into clinical studies. But before a clinical candidate is identified, there are several thousands of compound collections that would be subjected to primary assays or high throughput assays, and then subjected further to biological assays that would take you to identify a lead compound and what we refer to as a structural activity relationship. And this is the part where organic chemistry is. So once we have identified the lead compound from the secondary assay, we would conduct an SAR. Essentially, you would be improving the properties of your lead compound such that you would eventually identify a clinical candidate that would be subjected to clinical studies. Essentially, that would be subjected to drug development. So if you have attended my previous presentation, this is the steps for drug development. So as I indicated earlier, I was involved in this drug discovery process. And I'm involved in these various stages of drug development. So preclinical studies, in short, these are animal studies, in vitro, in vivo, and ex vivo assays. So these are enabling studies for this, by the way, IND refers to investigational new drug application. So these are subjected to, you are going to study extensively a particular drug candidate before they get to the human studies or for clinical development, where you may have heard of phase 1, phase 2, or phase 3. So essentially, these are human studies. And After you have identified a successful drug that successfully is effective and efficacious, you would submit a marketing application to the FDA or to any health authority for review, and then you get an FDA approval. Essentially, this process is called as the drug registration. And, and this calls for a commercialization of the drug once the drug is approved. However, after the drug is approved, there's also this post-marketing monitoring, because what it does, it monitors the adverse events that this time is observed in a much bigger population, essentially the patients who have bought your drug. And so this is where the regulatory affairs CMC falls into play. So these are the hard skills, definitely, that had helped me be successful in this field. Once again, I would be using my chemistry knowledge and its allied knowledge or sciences that I use to be successful in this field, and it's starting to build upon other soft skills that you have to develop to be successful in this role. And so once again, the message here is reinvention and transformation. So what do I do now? So we provide CMC regulatory leadership and strategy. Remember, the regulatory approval of investigational or commercial drugs, making sure that they are effective, safe, and of high quality. And we collaborate closely with a lot of different functional areas within the industry. And it provides knowledge, interpretation, and use of regulatory guidances and regulations. And Gene actually is part of an external contract manufacturing organization. So as you could see, they are part of our stakeholders that we interact with in making our job successful. So these are the professional skills that I thought are essential in being successful in our role. Well, people know that I'm a highly detailed-oriented person. You have to be strategic. There is follow-through. You're passionate, excellent writing skills, logical. There's the knowledge of project management, an excellent communicator, regulatory intelligence, flexible, collaborative, well-regarded and respected, well-connected leadership, and all those. So with all this, on top of this, now that I'm a people manager, you have to have the skills also of people management, where you are to attract, educate, train, motivate, empower, and reward your group. And also on top of that, while you have these skills, cultivate also a growth mindset. Do not be stagnant. Continue learning, reinvent, and evolve. So, what are my career advice? The choice and pursuit of a professional career is a personal journey. It is not a one-time thing. As you've seen from my career path, I continue to reinvent and grow. A science degree is an excellent enabler. It provides us with the scientific knowledge and skills for problem solving and critical thinking in life work situations. An advanced degree further provides differentiation. And as I could see during the COVID pandemic, being a science degree really has helped us in filtering the information about the COVID that we received online or on social media. And this is another very important aspect in setting goals. It is very important for us to identify what is our goal in life. And there is this mnemonics on, there is this what we call as SMART goals. So when you set goals, make sure that they are specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and timely. And once you have set goals, you make a plan, you get to work, you stick to it, and you reach your goal, and you are a happy person there. Develop a balance of the following, and this is essentially the core of my presentation. So it's a balance of the following factors with my personal satisfaction and fulfillment. Chance, opportunity, success favors the prepared mind, be able to recognize and seize opportunities. And network, network, network. And make sure you take advantage of the LinkedIn. This is a social organization that you could participate and see the various paths, career paths that professionals have done to get to where they are now. And some words of wisdom: your work does not solely define who you are. Cherish your career, but you never anchor your life in it. What you do is not always who you are. Always remember that you're more than just your job. The more you commit yourself to a multidimensional being, the more you realize that there is more to life. And your failure or success in your job does not ultimately define your worth as a human being. Neither does it tell that you're superior or inferior to the rest of us. And finally, this is my attempt on further being philosophical. So what do I want to do with my life? And the key to finding what you want is knowing what you want. If you don't make the time to work on creating the life you want, you're eventually going to be forced to spend a lot of time dealing with a life you don't want. So this one is also a very scientific way of looking at life. So life is an integral of birth and death, and happiness is proportional to the amount of time that it takes you to achieve happiness. So delta time, the smaller it is, the better your happiness would be, or the sooner you get your happiness. And thank you very much for listening to my presentation.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Laurenti. Again, you have inspired us on so many levels by sharing with us your career journey. It's also interesting to say, based from your talk, that even if you can't figure out what you wanted to do, but with the right values and building the right skill sets, getting the right mentors, building a network can help us land a career that we really wanted to. Thank you so much as well for sharing with us your researches. I'm sure our 46 audience here on Zoom and many of our audience on Facebook Live have gained something from those and maybe felt inspired to venture into the same field of interests. Again, to our dear audience, if you have your questions or clarifications, you could type it in our chat box and we'll try to get it answered later in the Q&A session. But for now, we'll proceed to the second speaker for today. Please watch this video.
Dr. Jean Palmes is an experienced industrial chemist. She graduated with BS Chemistry from the University of the Philippines at Los Baños from 1994 to 1998. She then worked as an analytical chemist in pharmaceutical and food industries in the Philippines and Singapore, prior to obtaining her PhD in organic chemistry from the University of Florida in 2012. Afterwards, she moved to Switzerland for postdoctoral studies at the University of Basel from 2013 to 2016. Since 2016, Dr. Jean has been based in the UK, working as a senior R&D chemist at Liverpool Chirochem from 2016 to 2020, and currently as a senior chemist, process chemistry at Almac in Northern Ireland. Let us all welcome Dr. Jean Palmes.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Would like to, can you see my slide? Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes po, ma'am. You're clear po.
Okay. Thank you very much for the invitation. Today, I'm going to share my journey after having an advanced degree in science. I'll just give you an overview of how my career or where my career has brought me geographically. And I will go through in the course of this talk where I have been and what I did in those countries. So started in the Philippines and moved to Singapore. And as mentioned in the introduction, did my PhD in Florida in the US. And then moved to Switzerland. Well, I didn't visit where Chloe was made, but I was there. Then moved to Liverpool to take an industrial job in Liverpool Chem. Liverpool, as you know, is also famous for the Beatles. And then after a few years in Liverpool Chem, I moved where I'm currently at in Alma, which is in Northern Ireland, where Titanic was built. So where my journey all started, I'm proud to say I'm a product of Goa. So I started like Llorente, I started in Goa Central School. So my interest in science started with participation in science quiz contests and looking at science fairs. I received mentoring from teachers like Mrs. Bermejo and Ms. Baklig, who shared their time and effort to teach me more science concepts and built me into pique my interest in science. In the course of this, my self-discipline was honed because instead of playing after studying, I do review sessions with my mentors and to prepare for the contest. Of course, I always look forward on the contest day because I got to travel and grab the trophy if it's there. So, sorry, I'm having a technical. Then I moved to Partido State College, which is now Partido State University. And again, I've always been involved in science quiz contests and science fairs. And my mentors were first year, it was Miss Competente. She really devoted a lot of time teaching me the concepts of general chemistry, and second year, Mrs. Esmeralda, third year chemistry with Mrs. Pendea, and then fourth year with Miss Cano. I remember when I was in my third year, I used to go to Mrs. Pendea's office, and there she has this storage for laboratory equipment and glasswares. And I used to memorize or identify all those glasswares. And that already piqued my interest in chemistry and what I can do with those glasswares in the future. And fourth year with Miss Cano, she trained me on physics. I remember she just joined Partido State University at that time, a fresh graduate from PNU. And she helped me with the training on physics. That's really, it's not my best subject, but she helped me a lot to be able to win that contest. So I'm very grateful for these mentors who influenced me in my pursuit for science. And then in the end, again, at the end of the day, when we had the contest, I get to travel. So that's one of the enjoyable or what I look forward to after all those hard work of reviewing sessions. I think in every high school student, at that time, there's no senior high school yet. In your fourth year, you have to decide where do I want to go? What course do I need to take or do I want to take? And sometimes we are, at that time when I was in high school, there's no internet. There's information is not readily available to help you decide what to do. I got, at that time, my final decision was based on the two options. Should I take the DOC scholarship in physics teaching at Philippine Normal University or pursue BS chemistry in UPLB? And as I mentioned earlier, I got an interest in chemistry, so I moved to the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, to pursue a bachelor's in chemistry. From Camarines Sur to Los Baños, in UP, you meet every student from every part of the Philippines with different cultures. So definitely there's a small or culture shock, but you start building friendships, or we are usually, for example, we call it a block. You have a block of chemistry students, for example, my classmates who I started to have discussions and bondings after outside work. We studied together, and that helped me a lot. And I further developed through the years my stay in Los Baños a strong interest in organic chemistry, which we took in our second year. And in our fourth year or third year, I think we started our research for our thesis. I was working on abaca fiber at that time, functionalization of the abaca molecule. Then my problem skills are honed because I have to somehow solve my problems in my research. And report writing and oral presentation. The report writing and oral presentation skills not only gained from my research, but also from our experiments. Every experiment, you have to write a report, and oftentimes we have team presentations or individual presentations in our classes. I also become a team member of Partido in my third year. Partido is a quiz contest joined by or participated by chemistry students from all universities in the Philippines. And at that time, we won first runner-up. So I'm still in the quiz contest mode. And on my fourth year, I was the team captain of Partido, and we won also the first runner-up in 1998. At that time, when we joined the Partido, each of the team member has an area of expertise. And for me, it was organic chemistry as my main subject, and then analytical chemistry as the second. So when there's a question, basically we work together, but you are the main person to rely on those kind of things. As I've said, moving to UP, I'm alone, no phone. You have to adapt to being independent. And again, cultural diversity became aware of cultural diversity, different religions as well. Then I built long-lasting friendship or network of friends in UPLB, not only in my course, but also in other courses, because normally we are in different majors, because usually we join I joined the UPLB Chemical Society, and we have this sports events, and we get to interact with other majors. So usually when I was in UP after finishing the bachelor's, then it's another decision point. Should I go in the industry or pursue graduate degree? So Dr. Llorente has already presented to you what grad school is and how he navigates grad school. And for me, it wasn't straightforward, and I took a break from the academe and went to the industry, which I will discuss later in the second part of my talk, where I discuss more on the industrial aspect or industrial jobs, careers of a chemist. But after 5 years in the industry, I went back to do graduate school in University of Florida and joined the Aponic Group. The Aponic Group at that time, it was led. Aponic Group is led by Professor Aaron Aponic. He was an assistant professor. It was his first year. So, and I was his second student. Maybe all of you who are starting a new research group can relate that there's so much stress or to publish and of course do some research. So in the Aponic Group, I'm the only girl in my 5 years of stay. So it's a male-dominated environment, basically. But nevertheless, I survived, and our research focus in that group was synthetic method development, so making small organic molecules, catalysis, and organometallic chemistry. So in the course of my stay in the Aponic Group, I published my dissertation work as in the Chemistry European Journal, entitled Palladium Catalyzed Spirocrystallization of Keto-allylic Diol. I also published a review article in Synthesis. And prior to that, I have also a public research published in Organic Letters together with our postdoc at that time. So moving from the industry to the academe again, after 5 years in the industry, it wasn't straightforward. I'm lucky that I was able to enter a PhD program straight from bachelor's. I don't have a master's degree. So the first year, as Dr. Llorente has mentioned, usually you have courses to take. It was really difficult. I love organic chemistry, but being away from it for 5 years, I know I have to work harder. So I studied hard, passed the exam, qualification exam, and started working in the lab as well. And the things I learned from the grad school is critical thinking, very strong. Research planning and proposal writing. In our qualification for PhD, that is on our 3rd year, at least in US, you have to submit an original research proposal, which is not in any way related to your current research with your professor. So that really trained us to do original work, and you have to defend that. And only when you pass that defense, then you are accepted as a PhD candidate. And then you can move on and finish your degree. As I mentioned, I joined a startup group. So I was also lucky that my scientific techniques, my organic chemistry techniques, the new techniques that I learned was coming directly from my professor. So, and then I go on and mentor the next new members of the lab that as the time go by. Also, technical writing and oral presentation skills were honed, because technical writing, we have to write reports, and the publication and oral presentation skills. Every semester, we have to present a research or a literature paper to the department. So that's basically all the chemistry students in the department in different fields, inorganic biochemistry, polymer, and so on. Also, as part of my assistantship and after being accepted at University of Florida, I had to do scientific teaching. So we mentored, I taught in the laboratory for mostly pre-med students and teaching basic organic chemistry laboratory. And as well as doing what we call consultation hours. So basically you are in an office or any organic chemistry student can come to your office and ask for your help for them to solve some organic chemistry or whatever problems they are having with organic chemistry lectures or laboratory concepts. And again, I built a network of friends in Florida, not only with my chemistry colleagues, but also with Filipinos who studied in the University of Florida. Also in Florida, there's a lot of international students, so get exposure of different cultures, which I really enjoyed. I really enjoyed my stay in grad school, even if the research part is sometimes overwhelming. After the work, you get to go with your friends and do something not different because they are from different nature. What I learned on my stay here, or doing my PhD, is a lot of patience and perseverance and time management. You are teaching and at the same time you are doing laboratory work, so time management is also highly important. So after finishing at the University of Florida, I moved on to search for, again, a new path. Should I go to the academe or in the industry? I decided to do a postdoc, and I applied at both in the US but mainly in Europe because I want to experience a new environment and learn how chemistry is done in that other side of the world. Or basically, lakwatsara lang talaga ako. Anyway, so during my stay in Florida, there was a conference there that was hosted by US, and I contacted one of the professors and asked to meet him and present my research and apply for a postdoc. And he gave his time to me, interviewed me, and later on gave me an offer to do a postdoc studies at University of Basel in Switzerland. So I'm doing research in academic research. So the things that I learned are almost the same as in PhD. However, the thing that I can highlight most is you do more independent research. So your professor will give you a problem, and then you can build on and plan your research accordingly to meet or to get the results, or do a new research if it doesn't work. So in this slide is the only slide that you'll see some molecules. On my postdoc at University of Basel in Switzerland, I was with Professor Andreas Falk. He is a known Swiss chemist for catalysis and asymmetric hydrogenation. And my research focus was on catalysis. It's the same it might sound the same as in my PhD, but in my PhD, I used the catalyst, but in this postdoc, I made the catalyst myself. So it's still on organometallic chemistry, but a new highly specific field that I learned is in high pressure chemistry, hydrogenation. So basically we use 100, starting from 5 bar to 100 bar and doing it safely. So the problem that I tackled is that this is just one of the research projects, is the asymmetric hydrogenation of imines. So it's very atom economic because basically you are converting this double bond to this single bond or to form the chiral imine. So it's very atom economic, less waste produced, but very challenging. Why is this research so important? It's because these chiral amines are present in drug molecules or in pharmaceutical products. So we want to solve this problem on how to make this bond or this molecule, for example, this, I highlighted the bonds in blue, more straightforward, let's just say. So that's the motivation of this research. So I've mentioned earlier that in between my bachelor's and PhD, I went to the industry. So what did I do? So as you can see, my career path is not straightforward. Went to the academe, industry, academe, industry. So prior to PhD work, I stayed at the University of the Philippines, or UPLB, and became an instructor in the laboratory for 5 semesters. At that time, I don't know what to do next, but also because I also want to take the licensure exam. And for practical reason as well, if you want to review for a chemistry exam, you usually join or say a review center, and that also costs money. So employment is also important. However, after 5 semesters with students, they keep on asking, what do you do after doing chemistry? It also motivated me to explore outside the academy. I remember my professor, research professor, Dr. Rodriguez, saying, when I told her that I'm moving to the industry, go before you become comfortable. So I did. And 2001 was my exploration phase in the industry. I joined Unilab as a laboratory analyst for 6 months, analyzing raw materials or active pharmaceutical ingredients to make the medicines or the drugs that Unilab markets. And then I moved on to an environmental lab as a chemist. This is in Clark, Pampanga. And in this one, the job is to analyze water and wastewater. So some of you might not know, but as part of the regulations, you have to, depending on in the industry, they need analysis of the water and the wastewater. So there are these contract labs that you come, and then that are authorized by the government to give reports of the analysis. So then after that, I moved to Century Pacific Group, which is now a different industry, food industry. What did I do in the food industry? Again, I joined as a corporate chemist. At that time, Century Pacific is just formed a corporate group. The Century Pacific Food, I think, you know this brand, the Century Tuna, Argentina, 555, all those brands. And I was involved in the analysis of the raw materials, packaging, which is not chemistry, but I also learned something from it. And again, I also was involved in the stability studies before the launch of Angel Milk, if you know about it. So after, while I was in Century Pacific Group, and one weekend I was just bored and looked at a newspaper at that time, Manila Bulletin, where you can see all the classified ads. We don't have internet yet before, so you search manually for jobs. And I saw this interesting job offered in Singapore. So I applied for it, forgot about it, and then got a call later, a few months later, that I was shortlisted. So I passed the interviews and I joined Baxter in Singapore. Why did I join? Why did I move out of the Philippines? For me, I took the opportunity for the international exposure. You know, it's Baxter is a multinational company, so a different setting, different environment. As you know, Singapore is very multicultural as well. And I was an analyst in Baxter for their dialysis solutions in process up to the final material from April 2004 to June 2006. So at that time, it was just a 2-year contract with the possibility of being permanent. So 1 year or before my contract finished, I already think that should I change or stay if I'm offered the permanent job. So I started planning graduate studies to go back to the academy. It's scary because after 5 years in the industry, I don't know if I can still study. So that was my greatest fear, but then I just do it. I want to do grad school. I prepared for the grad school, prepared the requirements that Dr. Llorente has mentioned earlier, took the GRE while I was on night shift. I studied after work and then do the TOEFL, submit the applications, and yeah. So because I really want to change and reinvent myself. My motivation, at that time I was thinking 5 years in this current job or in this field with a bachelor's, and 5 years later when I have my PhD, I believe I will have more opportunities coming my way, and I don't want to miss that opportunity. So I accepted the challenge as a new chance to reinvent myself. So as I mentioned earlier, I did my PhD and postdoc from, it spanned surprisingly for 10 years. It passed so quickly, and then come back to the industry. So after 10 years in the academy, how did I transition to the industry again? Because I was more in analytical side before to the PhD, and then moved to organic chemistry during my PhD. There are challenges associated with being I was in Switzerland at that time, being a foreigner in a different country. So you have to think the language barrier. You have to be sponsored by a company to work for them. So sponsorship takes time and money for the company. So usually if there's a local that's available, that will be the first option. But I sent a lot, I was persistent, kept on sending, not lose hope, kept on sending resumes or CV. And my idea was I only need one employer to trust me and sponsor me. And again, then I got an offer from Liverpool Caracas, which is a startup group in Liverpool. And I was a senior R&D chemist there for more than 3 years before moving on to my current job as senior chemist in Alma. So as I've mentioned, R&D chemist and process chemistry. So what is in it for chemists? So for product development, you develop new ideas and make scientific discoveries, or you develop new products and improve existing ones. Aside from good chemistry background, the relevant soft skills that you gain from your graduate studies are very handy at this point. So your good communication skills, because you have to relate your results of your research, problem solving skills, analytical skills, and attention to details. Time management, ability to work independently, and especially, for example, I joined a startup company, so there's not a lot of people there, so you basically do a lot of things that you don't normally, it's not usually part of your responsibility in big companies. So for you to be able to work independently is a very important skill. And to be self-motivated, if you are self-motivated, this task is bearable. So in process development, basically you develop new processes for product manufacture. You implement process controls to ensure the products are high in quality and the process is done safely to produce the product and replicated accurately. So that's just a glimpse of what chemists do in process development. It's only not in pharmaceuticals. Process development is also, or chemists are also needed in agrochemicals, specialty chemicals, biologics, anything that is has a process that is scaled up. You develop the process, or chemists help develop the process. In conclusion, so the science degree opened up to multiple opportunities. I am, for myself, mentoring is very important, and it has influenced me to take the science degree. And my advice is for people who are working or as you as students, be open-minded to recognize opportunities that come your way. Don't close just on one path. Be open-minded, and then keep reinventing yourself. And remove the P in I can't do it. You say, I can do it. And with that, I would like to thank you all. Diyos mabalos po, and maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you po, Ma'am Jean, for such an incredible talk. It's important to highlight your talk about self-discipline and motivation, independence, and at the same time, building friendship while surviving a male-dominated field. You've also mentioned about how exploring can help us discover what we're good at and what we really want in life. And for that, we're so grateful for that. Okay, so to our dear audience, please type in your questions if you have now on your in our chat box, but we still have 2 more exciting speakers for this afternoon. So wait for a bit. So listen to this video clip for the introduction of our third speaker.
Dr. Nora Blanca Caberoy is a tenured associate professor at the School of Life Sciences and affiliate faculty at the Nevada Institute of Personalized Medicine, University of Nevada, Las Vegas, USA. She obtained her BS in biology, major in microbiology from the University of the Philippines, Las Bañas in 1992, her MS in biology from the University of the Philippines, Visayas in 1999, her PhD in genetics and cell biology from Washington State University in 2005, and postdoctoral trainings from the Syracuse University in 2006, and Bascom Palmer Eye Institute, University of Miami School of Medicine from 2007 to 2012. She joined UNLV in 2012 as tenure-track assistant professor and received her promotion and tenure to associate professor in 2018. Her research programs are built on the creation and utilization of innovative approaches towards understanding of issues that underlie disease pathogenesis. She investigates the molecular mechanisms of retinal degeneration and obesity, and recently expanded her research towards development of therapies of Alzheimer's disease. Her experimental approaches involve genetic engineering, protein biochemistry, proteomics, bioinformatics, and manipulations of cells, tissues, organs, and model organisms. Her research is supported by nationally competitive, peer-reviewed research grants, such as the National Institutes of Health. She is a recipient of several awards such as the Distinguished National Institutes of Health, National Eye Institute, K99R00 Pathway to Independence Career Development Award, among others. She has so far authored 35 peer-reviewed, high-impact research publications and over 70 presentations. She is a co-author of one approved patent and sole inventor of another pending patent application on the treatment of Alzheimer's disease. She teaches upper division molecular genetics and RNA biology classes at UNLV. Before pursuing her PhD in the USA, Dr. Caberoy worked as a researcher at the Southeast Asian Fisheries Development Center, Tigbawan, Iloilo from 1993 to 2000. Let us all welcome Dr. Nora Blanca Caberoy.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you see my slides?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am.
Okay, so thank you very much for the kind introduction. And today I'm going to be talking about the academia, particularly survival of the fittest, on how to navigate a successful career in academia. So for today's talk, I'm going to give you a little bit my personal background as well as my educational background. And also the next part is I'm going to be focusing a little bit on my research, just to give you an overview of what we are doing in my laboratory. And the third part actually is my journey to becoming a mentor. I call it from LB, from Los Baños, to LV, which is Las Vegas. So who am I? For me, this particular talk is actually very important. It kind of resonates because we're talking about education as a social equalizer. And as what Kuya Ting Bunyaga said, you know, when it comes to success, there are things that are uncontrollable, particularly, you know, what you're born to, your background, for example. But then there are parts that are essentially controllable, something to do what you can do with your life and how you move forward with what you want to do with your life. So to give you an idea, who am I, my beginnings. So I come from San Jeronimo, Barotac Viejo. It's a farming community. I'm the youngest of the 6 children. And my parents are actually, when it comes to educational attainment, they're both only elementary levels. So you could just imagine probably that, when it was my time being the youngest, when it comes to resources, we hardly have any resource in the first place. And then being the youngest, practically there was nothing left for me. So I control the part that's controllable, that eventually I am the first in my family to earn a college degree, not only a college degree, but a master's as well as a PhD. So just to give you what it looks like. So these are my parents. And of course, that's me right here on the far right. So that was when I was in grade 1. So to look at my educational background, I graduated elementary from San Miguel Elementary School, moved on to high school at Barotac Viejo National High School, and then to college at UP Los Baños, wherein I graduated from BS in biology, major in microbiology in 1992. I was able to get into college because of the Agricultural and Rural Development Scholarship. For me, that particular scholarship is what I call as a game changer and a life changer for that matter. So after graduation from UPLB, I actually moved on to go back to my province, which is Iloilo, and work at the Southeast Asian Fisheries Development Center, or SIFDEC AQD. So while working full-time at SIFDEC, I also decided to go for my master's degree at the University of the Philippines in the Visayas, and I eventually graduated in 1999. After I graduated in 1999, I moved on to pursue my PhD at the Washington State University and graduated in 2005. And my support for PhD is really a combination of scholarships, teaching assistantship, as well as research assistantships. So it really varies from what semester it is. Sometimes I would have full scholarship, sometimes I do have to teach a little bit, or sometimes I would be supported by the research. After graduating from my PhD at Washington State University, I move on to assume a postdoctoral position at Syracuse University, and that's only for a year. It was more of an extension of my PhD because my advisor at the time moved from Washington State to Syracuse University. But after that, I went to an independent search for a postdoctoral job, and I got accepted at the Bascom Palmer Eye Institute, where I worked from 2007 to 2012. So as you can see from PhD, which is genetics and cell biology, I actually kind of transitioned into ophthalmology, because Bascom Palmer is the #1 eye institute in the United States. So most of the research are really centered around eye problems. So as a postdoc, I started applying for fellowships, which I got, and eventually I was able to get a career grant from the National Institutes of Health. And that really paved the way for me to be accepted at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas for a tenure track faculty position. So since 2012, I was at UNLV, and I got my tenure and promotion again in 2018. So at UNLV, I am an independent principal investigator, so which means that I maintain my own research laboratory, write grants in order to get funding for my laboratory. And it is one of the biggest challenges when I have to say, if someone is going to go for an academic position, as both Ching and Kuya Ting actually mentioned, that academia is very intense. And for us, money is always what we need. You cannot maintain a research laboratory without external funding. Fortunately for me, I have been funded by either NIH or some other local and state funds, as well as some sort of funding from some organizations. So I was able to maintain my laboratory. I was able to hire graduate students and as well as postdocs. We are quite a big lab when I started. So, I had like 3 postdocs so far. 3 graduate students now. 2 of my graduate students have already graduated. So right here is Adrian and Lorena. Both of them are from the University of the Philippines in the Visayas. I have over 35 undergraduate students that have worked with me and have moved on to their either independent careers or went to medical schools or also graduate schools. So for my track record as a scientist, I have 35 publications, more than 70 presentations. My H index, which is a metric of number of citations that you could have. So I have H index at 21. So what it means is that at least 21 out of my 35 publications had received 21 citations. With the I-10 and index of 29, what it is telling you is that at least 29 of my publication had 10 citations each. And as a scientist, it is not only that you don't want to just be restricted in doing research all the time, but in a sense, you also want to do something that's probably something that would contribute to the society. So in my case, my research are actually kind of centered around both basic research and applied. And that's the reason why I was able to develop a patent, one as a co-inventor wherein it's already approved. And I had one pending patent wherein I am sole inventor. And this particular patent is towards development of novel therapy for Alzheimer's disease. I mentioned earlier that in research, and if you want to maintain your research laboratory as an independent investigator, money really talks. There is no way that your research could continue without any research funding. So just to give you an idea, as an independent investigator, our life is actually just made up of writing grants. When one grant is done, or almost about to be done, you have to make sure that there's another grant that is actually coming in, or else your laboratory is going to stop working. So far in my career, I was able to receive over $12 million when it comes to grants, fellowships, and awards or recognitions that have certain monetary considerations attached to that. Okay, so that's as far as a little bit of who I am and kind of my research trajectory in a sense. And by the way, I want to emphasize that in an academic position, especially in the United States, so unlike in the Philippines that faculty members are so centered about teaching, in the US, especially if you are a tenure track faculty, your assignment is 60-40, which means 60% should be devoted to research and 40% to teaching. With that, there is no excuse that you could not do your research or you cannot go for external funding because you are actually given enough time to perform your research and go for those grants. So talking about research project. So I'm gonna switch gear a little bit and tell you about what we are doing in my laboratory. So there are 2 research programs that are currently going in my laboratory. One is towards understanding the molecular mechanism as to why a mutation in TABI gene results to 3 diseases: blindness, hearing loss, as well as obesity. I'm gonna tell you a little bit later why TABI. And the second program that we have in my laboratory is towards development of a novel therapy for Alzheimer's disease. Okay, so why are we particularly interested on the TABI gene and what it is doing? So this project actually started when I was a postdoc at Bascom Palmer Eye Institute. If you recall, Bascom Palmer is an eye institute, so our studies are centered towards the eye. And it started when I get to be exposed to a mouse. We call it as a TABI mouse. And this particular mouse has 3 diseases: blindness, hearing loss, and obesity. And it turns out that this particular mouse has a mutation on the gene called TABI. So for me, the biggest question is, what is this gene doing? Or what is the protein, which is the product of the gene, actually doing? Because the mutation in this TABI mouse resembles that of human syndromes. For example, the hearing or vision loss resembles that of Usher syndrome and retinitis pigmentosa. The obesity and sensory deficit resembles that of Bardet-Biedl syndrome, as well as Alström syndrome. But the most interesting part really is, for all these diseases, we do not know the molecular mechanisms, which means that all these diseases do not have any treatments currently. So for our goal, we really wanted to elucidate the molecular pathways involving TABI. We wanted to delineate the mechanisms involved in the development of the 3 disease phenotypes, namely obesity, blindness, and hearing loss. And if we understand, for example, what the TABI gene or protein is doing, then we will be able to formulate treatment or therapeutic strategies. I'm not gonna go through the nitty-gritty details of all the experiments that we did, or else, it's gonna take us probably 3 hours on this talk alone. So I'm just gonna give you all the overview of the results that we actually got. So what are our biggest contribution to the field when we study this particular gene or protein product? The first that we found is that TABI is involved in the process called phagocytosis or cellular eating. Particularly, TABI acts as a signal that initiates phagocytosis. So when we talk phagocytosis, think about, for example, those debris or apoptotic cells or cellular debris that you have in your body, and those need to be cleared up very rapidly. And you have phagocytes or specialized types of cells that are responsible for clearing those. And the absence of those cells, or if there is failure of clearance of those particular cellular debris, then it results to diseases. So just to give you an idea how important this phagocytosis process is, it is important in tissue homeostasis. Think about your cells that are dying every day. You have 10 billion cells that die every day, and those need to be eaten up without immune response. Also, in the specific immune response, phagocytosis is involved in the clonal deletion of your autoreactive T and B cells, so that you would have immune tolerance. You are producing apoptotic cells or those cellular debris in your body. And if you consider an 80 years lifespan of a person, practically you have two tons of those cellular debris that you could have. So imagine a person that is probably 50 kilograms producing 2 tons of those cellular debris. But you don't know it. Those are actually just cleared by specialized cells in your body. Also for morphogenesis, when you are a kid, your neurons are actually immature. And after mature neural connections, those that are not needed or those neurons that were not able to make proper connections are actually being eaten up. and cleared. In the context of physical injury, for example, such as in spinal cord injury, wherein you will have those plaques that are formed, those are also being cleared up by specific types of cells or your phagocytes. And of special interest to me when I was working at Bascom Palmer Eye Institute is because when there's an absence of phagocytosis, age-related macular degeneration could actually develop, as well as other neurodegenerative diseases. And later on, when I expanded my research to Alzheimer's disease, it's because of, we know that there could be a problem of phagocytosis. Essentially, what is TABI doing? The TABI acts as a bridge between a specific type of cell in the eye, which we call as the retinal pigment epithelium cell. So just to give you an idea, this is your eye, and at the back of the eye is actually this very tiny layer of cell called the retina. Part of that retina contains your photoreceptors. Photoreceptors are the cells that are responsible for perception of light and the processing of light into electrical signals. But because they're so exposed to light all the time, they are subjected to oxidation. So a lot of the cells would actually die off. And every single day, what happens is that photoreceptors, which are the tip of the photoreceptors, are actually shed off as just normal physiological process. And those tips are being eaten rapidly by specialized cells called retinal pigment epithelium cells. And this particular process does not have inflammatory response because every single day it happens and you don't get any inflammation in your eye. So your eyes don't turn red. So that's an indication that there is no inflammatory response. So right here in the picture, it's just showing you how phagocytosis works. This could be any phagocytic cell that you have or those cells that are responsible for eating. So if you have that cellular debris or apoptotic cells, so they just grab it. And then eventually those cellular debris are just degraded inside this particular cell. So the absence of phagocytosis or failure of phagocytosis results to retinitis pigmentosa, age-related macular degeneration, and even Alzheimer's disease. I mentioned what is the mechanism. Essentially, the TABI protein acts as a bridge and then brings that particular cell that needs to be eaten up into your phagocyte in a process that has no inflammation. So that's one of, I would say, our contribution in the field so far. The other contribution that we have in the field through studying TABI gene or protein is that we were able to show that TABI also acts as a transcription factor, so which means it is the protein that could actually regulate expression of gene. And in our particular case, we were able to find out that it's able to regulate expression of a gene called ESRRB in the retina. And we did a lot of cellular studies, in vivo studies, for example, animal models, and we were able to show that the TABI protein interacts with our ESRRB. The TABI protein interacts with the transcriptional machinery because if it has to act as a transcription factor and regulate genes, then it should be able to interact with those machinery that are involved in transcription. And finally, we were able to show that TABI binds the promoter of its target gene, which is ESRRB, and induces expression of ESRRB. And additionally, ESRRB, once it is expressed at a high level, it could inhibit its own expression. And that is what we call as a negative feedback model. So it's not every day. The thing that I'm very excited with our studies is that it's not every day that your work actually could develop a certain model that at some point probably would end up in a book or something. So in our case, what we have shown is that TABI binds to the promoter of a specific gene. It's able to recruit the transcriptional machineries, and at the same time, after recruiting the transcriptional machineries, then it's able to induce expression of its target gene. In the case of ESRB, once ESRB gene is expressed, the protein is actually translated, then the product of the ESRB is able to inhibit its own expression by sequestering the TABI protein. So far, the milestones that I have mentioned is that we have TABI that's able to facilitate silent phagocytosis. And also, we were able to show that TABI could also act as a transcription factor, and that specifically for ESRB target, we know that ESRB promotes photoreceptor survival as well as regulate genes for retinal metabolism and phototransduction. So with that, we could deduce that perhaps TABI could be regulating energy metabolism in the retina. So what about the other phenotypes or the other disease manifestations? So currently in my laboratory, we're still continuing on our work as TABI being a transcription factor. We're doing a lot of transcriptional gene target profiling. And eventually we're going to be moving on to do ChIP-seq analysis. And also we're looking at other TABI protein partners to really identify the pathways as well as delineate the disease mechanism. From our study, we were also able to find that our TABI protein interacts with another protein called HMGB2. And we know that HMGB2 has been reported as being involved in adipogenesis. So this particular part actually arcs to our trying to find the mechanism or involvement of TABI on obesity. So the question then that we try to ask is, can TABI inhibit adipogenesis? So our hypothesis is that TABI interacts with this HMGB2 protein to inhibit fat accumulation in adipose tissue. I'm not gonna bore you with all the details that we have, but I think the most important here is that the point wherein we added TABI to cells where we induce adipogenesis, and what we found is that TABI was able to block adipogenesis. So what this means is that perhaps we could add TABI or maybe treat an obese person with TABI protein so that obesity would actually be inhibited. Okay, so that's as far as what we have so far when it comes to our contribution based on our TABI protein studies. So the second part of this research program talk is actually our program number 2, which is the development of a novel therapy for Alzheimer's disease. Why do we care about Alzheimer's disease? I mean, everybody is probably familiar with the disease wherein you have memory and language deficits, cognitive decline, you have psychiatric symptoms and behavioral changes, and of course, the person would eventually have no ability to perform common tasks. So in the US, about 5.8 million Americans are afflicted with Alzheimer's disease. Worldwide, 48 million. I don't have any statistics in the Philippines because it's very hard to get those kind of statistics. But essentially, the cost for Alzheimer's disease is about $305 billion in 2020 alone. In the US, it's the number 6 leading cause of death. And in the UK, together with other forms of dementia, this is actually the #1 cause of death. And the problem of Alzheimer's is that the prognosis is not really good. Death occurs about 4 to 8 years after diagnosis. And the biggest problem is that there is no cure for Alzheimer's disease. One of the promising drug right there that has been improved by FDA, actually, I think about May, is aducanumab from Biogen. Unfortunately, it seems to be not a straightforward, I would say not a straightforward approval, because recently the FDA made some investigations again whether this aducanumab is actually worth putting into the market. So how grave is Alzheimer's disease? One person develops Alzheimer's every 65 seconds. So you could do your math, and that's only in the United States. We don't even know what's the statistics when you think about other countries. But essentially, one person in 3 would die with Alzheimer's disease or another form of dementia. So for my laboratory, we're really looking at what are the pathological hallmarks. Where could we come in order to either alleviate the disease or target so that the disease would not develop? So there are 2 major hallmarks for Alzheimer's disease. The first is the formation of intracellular tau tangles. And the second is, of course, there's that formation of amyloid beta aggregates or plaques. And both of them contribute to neuroinflammation in the brain that eventually results to the death of brain cells. So our long-term goal in my laboratory is really to clear amyloid beta, which is one of those pathological hallmarks for Alzheimer's disease. And the other one is also clear the tau proteins. So how do we do this? Our strategy actually is learned from phagocytosis project that we have in the eye. So essentially, we know that the TABI protein acts as a bridge to a specific receptor in the phagocyte, and that particular clearance of apoptotic cell debris is what we call as silence. So there's no inflammation. So we harness that particular knowledge from our previous studies, and we decided to engineer hybrid proteins that are able to clear amyloid beta or tau and direct it to the non-inflammatory pathway. So essentially, the goal is to divert the clearance of amyloid beta or tau to non-inflammatory receptor. That way, you could block inflammation or prevent inflammation, and you could protect the brain cells from dying. So right here is the peptide or the engineered protein that we made. And the other part of it is a part of the body that contacts the receptor. And together, it binds amyloid beta and then brings the amyloid beta into the receptor for clearance eventually by the cell. So this is the same mechanism that we're also using for tau protein. So the question that we asked is, in our hybrid protein, clear amyloid beta in the brain? We cannot experiment on people, so of course we have to use mice as our model system. So in the figure right here, this is just actually showing you what it looks like for mouse with Alzheimer's disease and mouse that is healthy. So on the left is what we call a wild type mouse, wherein that's healthy mouse. And on the right here is the mouse with Alzheimer's disease. All the green dots that you would actually see represents amyloid beta deposits. So what happens if we treat the mouse with with our hybrid protein? So right here on the left is how it looks like with just a saline treated mouse. And you can see that there's still a lot of green dots representing amyloid beta. But if you look at the mouse brain that has been treated with Alzheimer's treatment, rather the hybrid treatment for Alzheimer's disease, you could see that there's a huge amount of clearance. You don't see a lot of these green dots on the brain of mice. And when we quantify this is about 60 to 85%, depending on the mouse. So that's a huge clearance when it comes to amyloid beta in the brain. So the other question that we wanted to ask is, can our treatment protect the brain cells from dying? So this figure right here is showing you the wild type or the normal mouse. The green right here are the neurons that are normally affected in Alzheimer's. So as you can see, with the untreated group, at the beginning, you still have a lot of neurons. After 1 month, what happens is that a lot of nerve cells in those mice that were not treated with a hybrid protein resulted to dying of those nerve cells. So you can see sparse nerve cells that are remaining. In contrast, for those that we actually have treated, resulted to healthy nerve cells. So what we can glean from these results is that our hybrid treatment for 30 days, we're able to protect the nerve cells from dying. So moving forward, what does this mean to us? Can we use then this particular hybrid protein in order to treat humans with Alzheimer's disease that have high deposition of amyloid beta? And also, using the same strategy, could we clear the tau proteins using our tau hybrid? And eventually, we're also planning to do the amyloid beta tau combination hybrid in order to clear both amyloid beta and Alzheimer's disease. So with these results, there is a potential for treatment for Alzheimer's disease because our treatment was able to clear amyloid beta deposits, was able to reduce inflammation, it was able to protect the brain cells from dying. I'm gonna switch gears now, giving you an overview of my research to my road to becoming a mentor. What I call again as from LB, Los Baños, to LV, which is Las Vegas. So in the picture here is, you would find the members of my laboratory over the years. This is not complete. A lot of people are missing over here, but I have to say that most of them are actually covered in this picture. So for me, one thing is, it's very important that invest on students. And in order to become a good mentor, you should be able to know what your students need. So just to give you an idea on my road to becoming a mentor, the kind of preparations that I have to do and the kind of trainings that I have to expose myself and the kind of learnings that I had over the years. So from elementary, I have been exposed to quiz contests. In high school, I started investigatory contests. And I was also editor-in-chief of our school papers, so I learned how to write. In college, I've been involved in student organizations. For my master's and during my work at CIFDEC AQD, I had been involved in research. I had been involved with people that are doing vigorous research. So during my master's, I was able to produce 6 publications, 2 first authors. And it is at this time that I actually realized the value of having an advanced degree. So after my master's, I moved on to my PhD with, for my PhD, I had 6 publications, 2 first authors. One of them was in PNAS. The other one, we have a Nature Biotechnology paper. As a PhD, I had several graduate scholarships and fellowships. And then moving on to becoming a postdoc. As a postdoc, I have 15 publications, 10 first author publications, several awards. One very important is a postdoctoral award to support myself. Another one is a career award. And I couldn't overemphasize how important publications are when you are going for a faculty position. And for me, the career award actually is the one that really nailed me down to getting a faculty position. So right now I'm a faculty at UNLV, and in order to maintain a vigorous type of research, I have to go for those grants. And as an independent principal investigator, as I said, I trained postdocs, I trained my own graduate students, I trained undergraduates at the same time, and even those undergraduates are quite successful already. A lot of them move on to become MDs. In fact, 7 are MDs, 11 are still in medical school. I have PhD graduates already. Those are still in graduate school and some other professional schools. So essentially, the question is, for somebody who is planning to go to grad school, when do you plan to go to grad school, and what do you need to do? It's very important for you to have a certain timeline. If you're going to go to grad school, you need to plan at least 2 to 3 years ahead. Maybe 1 year could be fine, but I have to say that going for 2 to 3 years of preparation is only to your advantage. You have to consider your financial as well as mental consideration, meaning you have to be financially ready, you have to be mentally ready. So just to give you an idea of the timeline or what you need to do, Kuya Ting Bonyaga mentioned about going for your TOEFL, GRE, or IELTS, which means that if you are planning to go to grad school, that's one thing that you have to consider offhand. So you really have to start reviewing early for that and take the exam the earliest time possible. The other thing that you have to think about is, in order to go to grad school, especially for a PhD program, you will need at least 3 letters of recommendation. So which means that you will need to identify your letter writers and make sure that by the time you apply to grad school, those letter writers could write you a really good letter, not just a letter that is standard and there's sort of ambivalence whether you could actually do it, but someone that could really vouch for your capabilities. The other thing that you will have to consider that is very, very important is you have to pick the university wherein you want to go for graduate school, and then you have to pick your prospective advisor. So how do you do that? Yeah, you could go, you could find Google, ask Google to give you the universities, and then you could go to respective programs that you're probably interested in, and then look for the names of the faculty members. However, I'm saying that that's not the best way to go. So a lot of times it's very important that you have to do your research. And this is where networking is actually very, very important. If you know somebody who had been to that particular university, you know somebody who is familiar with a specific faculty, then it's very easy to probably ask for that network of yours to suggest that, or recommend you to that particular prospective advisor. And the next thing that you will have to do is you need to communicate with the advisor. it's very important that you could work with that particular advisor. You have to remember that you will need to spend 5 to 6 years or more of your life in a certain laboratory if we're talking about PhD. The other things that you will need to consider is that where is the support coming from? Is it research funding? Is it teaching or research assistantship? And also, you need to ask about the track record of that advisor when it comes to graduating PhD students. And the best way to do that is you have to talk to former grad students and have a gauge of what is the culture in a specific laboratory. I have seen so many students going blindly into specific labs and make a lot of errors and spending so much time in grad school and maybe changing advisors at the same time because they came into the lab wherein they have an advisor that they couldn't work with. The other thing that you have to consider is when do you apply to graduate school? Applications in some places opens all year round, but usually a lot of times you would probably accept applications from May until December, which means that by the time your GRE, your TOEFL or IELTS should be ready. Your letters should be ready at the same time. And once you apply for international students, there are always interviews. So for that particular interview, usually it happens around either late December, January, or February at the most. So for a person who wants to go to graduate school, preparation is very, very important. One, you should be able to describe your prior experiences, regardless of what experience is that, research or work experience, in a sense that your interviewers would be able to understand and follow. Also, during that interview process, you should be able to justify your choice of university, your choice of your field, and your choice of advisor. During that interview, what it is telling the interviewers is that they should be able to evaluate your potential to succeed in graduate school. And the other thing is that once the interview process is done, you probably would hear about the acceptance by maybe January, February, or March, really depending on how fast the turnover is. So that's when afterwards, if you get accepted, that's when you have to request for a specific form, which is the I-20, so that you could go for your visa. And sometimes it takes 1 to 2 months, depending on how fast graduate school is able to generate that particular document. And this is a very important document in order for you to go for your visa interview. After that, you have to arrange travel, in this case, to the United States. And then around August, you're expected to be here and start your grad school. So when you get to the US for grad school, there's a very huge challenge. The challenge of adjusting to new environment, the challenge of managing your coursework, your teaching work, as well as your research responsibilities. So you really have to be prepared for this. So my advice would be, you really have to plan early. It's never early to start planning. The other thing that is also very important is networking. As I said, sometimes it's how you find your prospective advisor, your prospective laboratory. I can speak for myself. I directly recruit from the Philippines, for example, from those prospective students that are recommended to me by my network. So most of them are my professors, either when I was in college or when I was in master's, or some of the professors that I get to know when they were still graduate students here in the United States. The other thing is that if you want to go to grad school, you really have to be more proactive. you have to do your groundwork, especially about the lab that you are going for. As I mentioned earlier, you have to ask previous grad students about the culture in the lab, about the kind of opportunities that are actually open, such as scholarships or teaching or research assistantships. And the other thing that is very, very important is you really have to have that active communication with your prospective advisor. Who knows, that's not the advisor that you actually would like. And make a realistic timeline. You really have to account all those grad school requirements, such as TOEFL, IELTS, GRE, and your letters of recommendation. And of course, some other miscellaneous informations that are needed, such as you have to write your statement of purpose, for example. And you have to prepare for the interview, which means that you have to be familiar with some of the interview questions. You need to elevate yourself in order to make you more competitive, because there are so many grad students that are applying to grad school. We have to pick the best one. We have to pick the ones that we think are going to be successful. And the other thing that is very, very important is you have to be prepared to really work hard. So when you get to grad school, you will miss holidays. You will miss a lot of celebrations. And again, just to give you an idea for PhD in the life sciences, it takes about 6 to 6.5 years on the average. It's a lot of your time that you would be putting in. And the other thing is, I always tell my students, graduate school is not a walk in the park. There is no substitute for hard work. The amount of time that you actually spend in the laboratory, be it doing experiments, reading publications, writing, anything that is related to research that could advance your intellectual capabilities are actually necessary. So you really have to spend a lot of time. And grad school requires a lot of sacrifices. So I'm not gonna go through a lot of lessons, because I do agree with what Dr. Boniaga and Dr. Jean have mentioned already. I don't want to repeat those, but I think these are the important things that would help you prepare if you really are interested in going to graduate school. So that's my perspective as mentor, and what are the things that would be expected. And today I'm also happy to actually give the floor to our next speaker, which is Dr. Lorena Samintar. Lorena is one of those really exceptional students. There is no one that I would say, if there's an ideal student, if it's not Lorena, I couldn't find anyone else. Lorena has done so much stride as a graduate student. She has received so many fellowships, and she graduated with rather as an outstanding graduate. So I could never be more proud than having a graduate student like Dr. Lorena Samintar. And with that, I know she's going to be talking about graduate student experiences and perspectives. So I want to thank everyone for listening.
Thank you very much po, Dr. Nora. Reading about your sterling background and now knowing that you came from such a humble beginning and carving a career path that is worthy of our adulation and respect is such remarkable. It's also a great advice that planning ahead really helps, and doing something valuable and doing something that will contribute to the society is a very fulfilling career choice. Okay, so we now proceed to our next speaker.
Dr. Lorena P. Samintar is a graduate of BS Biology major in microbiology in 1997 at the University of the Philippines, Visayas. MS Biology major in developmental biology in 2002 at the University of the Philippines, Visayas, and PhD in biological sciences, cell and molecular biology in 2001 at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, where she received several awards, such as Outstanding Graduate for Spring 2021, recipient, Graduate College Medallion in recognition of her exceptional involvement and high achievement. First place for 2 consecutive years in the Science Podium presentation during the Graduate and Professional Student Association Annual Research Forum. Recipient, Phi Kappa Phi Love of Learning Award, and recipient of various scholarships, fellowships, and travel conference attendance awards. From 2015 to 2021, she was a graduate assistant at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. From 1998 to 2015, she was an instructor to assistant professor in biology at the University of the Philippines, Visayas. In 2004, she was a research fellow at St. Luke's Medical Center, Research and Biotechnology Division at Quezon City. From 1997 to 1998, she was a technical research assistant at Southeast Asian Fisheries and Development Center, Iloilo, where she first met Dr. Nora Caberon. In 1997, she was a research assistant at the University of the Philippines, Visayas. Dr. Lorena P. Cementar has written 5 publications, an oral and poster presenter in various local, national, and international conferences, and a member of several professional organizations. The Honor Society of Phi Kappa Phi, American Association for the Advancement of Science, among others. Let us all welcome Dr. Lorena P. Cementar.
Hi everyone, good day. I just would like to check if you can see my screen.
Yes po, ma'am.
Thank you very much. So good day everyone, and thank you for the generous introduction. I would like to apologize. I am unable to use the background that is recommended because it says that my device does not allow the virtual background. So first, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to be one of the speakers, of course, through the connection of my PI, Dr. Caberoy. And I also would like to congratulate your university for this commendable undertaking as you journey towards the attainment of your vision to establish a cutting edge or the state-of-the-art research and science-based institution in your region. My sharing will be very brief, but it will show that truly in my life, education is a social equalizer. So first, let me share with you what stimulated my interest towards science. Since I'm a biologist, please allow me to narrow this down to the field of biology. Actually, my love for science and the enjoyment I gain in interacting with living things started out unconsciously and stems from the fact that I grew up in the farm. Growing up, my first duty during the day would be to feed our chicken, and then I would spend a lot of time with my younger siblings and playmates to climb all the fruit trees around our neighborhood. We would also keep on running and running and chasing after dragonflies, butterflies, and sometimes even grasshoppers. On weekends, I would be with my siblings to pasture our carabao, and I also find a lot of enjoyment playing in the water and in the mud of the rice field, catching like tadpoles and small fishes. However, like the dramatic awareness in me, the consciousness of how useful, how beautiful, and how transforming science could be actually happened when I was in my 5th grade, when we were preparing for our investigatory project in the school. Actually, I pursued my elementary education in a public elementary school in a very remote village where there was no water or like electricity, no water system at all. The idea of our investigatory project was very, very simple. It was just the use of a salt solution to relieve discomfort in the throat. Given that simplicity, the process actually like let me come face to face with the fact that doing science could actually not only be fun but generate something that can be useful and that can be applied to relieve or to do something about real life situations. That experience actually made me love science, and from then on, science has become my favorite subject, and that desire in me to someday become a scientist or a medical doctor has actually started to grow in my heart. So, what or who influenced me really to pursue science and to pursue an advanced degree in science? So, that love for science, that joy that I feel whenever I immerse myself or I interact with a lot of living things around me actually was nurtured further in my secondary school with a lot of positive experiences I had in my biology class. So it's not actually surprising that for my bachelor's degree, I also pursued a Bachelor of Science in Biology at the University of the Philippines, Visayas. I was able to pursue my tertiary education because of the scholarship that I actually gained from the university. We have this Scholar ng Bayan program where the university gives stipend or financial subsidy to students who are poor but are deserving. And that monthly subsidy, that semestral book allowance that I get from the university enabled me actually to pursue my college education. Without that, probably it would have been very hard, or probably it was almost impossible for me to pursue tertiary education because of the very poor family that I came from, just like Dr. Cabaroy. So I took up BS Biology with the end goal of eventually going to medical school, because then I really wanted to become a neurosurgeon someday. Little did I know that at the beginning of my college education, my father passed on. And with the death of my father was also like the death of that dream to go to medical school to pursue my dream of eventually becoming a surgeon. As the eldest in the family, I had to be employed right after graduation so that I could help send my younger siblings, my 3 younger siblings, to college. So I worked at Southeast Asian Fisheries and Development Center, or CFDEC, where Dr. Cabaroy was also employed during that time. So we were actually dorm mates. It was there at CFDEC where I first met her. So while all my other college classmates were grappling with the demands of medical school, at CFDEC during that time, I met like highly accomplished scientists in the field of aquaculture. It was there also that I recognized the significance of scientific publications. And because I was dealing with all these in-house scientists with advanced degrees in their fields, and also some trainees and visiting scientists from various member countries of the CFDEC organization, it was there that like a viable option opened up for me that I could be employed so that I could help my family send my younger siblings to college, but it's not necessary that I become stagnant in my pursuit of academic progress. So because of that, I decided, or while working actually at CFDEC, I started to pursue my Master of Science in Biology, major in developmental biology, still at the University of the Philippines in the Visayas. It was when I was doing my master's that I was highly inspired by one of the UPV scientists and also who happened to be my thesis advisor in my undergrad, Dr. Jane S. Hiduspan. Uh, Her passion in molecular and cell biology, as well as in the pursuit of scientific research, was actually very infectious, that I was contaminated, quote unquote, by her passion for it. But eventually, I decided to pursue a PhD also in cell and molecular biology at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. It was also Dr. Jane Heduspan, whom I consider as my academic mom, who recommended me to contact Dr. Cabaroy and to ask her for the possibility of her accepting me into her laboratory. So to cut the story short, I communicated with Dr. Cabaroy, I applied to her laboratory, and when she accepted me, that's when I went to the US already for my PhD. So you might be wondering, how did I survive and how did I even complete my PhD successfully? So first would be focus. This has been mentioned also by Dr. Bunyaga. Like even before I came here to the US for my PhD, it was already very clear in my mind that I'm coming here to gain my PhD and to optimize the training that I can get. Afterwards, I'm coming back to the Philippines. So despite the fact that UNLV is at the heart of Las Vegas, where we are just like a few minutes away from the strip, the pursuit of fun or entertainment or pleasure actually never tempted me to sacrifice my academic and my research work. And the second important thing also is time management as well as prioritization. So as mentioned by the three previous speakers, and specifically emphasized by Dr. Cabaroy, graduate school, especially PhD, is not a walk in the park. So like the pursuit of higher education demands a lot of work, and sometimes these demands are actually overwhelming. On my part, I try to cope by being on top of things through sound time management, and I see to it that I prioritize the things that I have to do, and as much as possible actually I do not procrastinate. In fact, it's my lifestyle and also the lifestyle in the lab that we are not only efficient, or like efficiency is not, our lifestyle is not only efficiency but also excellence. So mediocrity has no place. And another thing also, I feel that my being proactive as well as my being aggressive has also helped me succeed in graduate school. Like I'm very alert in looking for open applications for scholarships, grants, and fellowships, and I would right away prepare competitive applications. And one thing also that I have learned very powerfully from my mentor, Dr. Cabaroy, is the fact that like when there is an opportunity that opens up for you, grab it. If it's necessary for you to hand in an application, do it. After all, what's the worst that can happen? My application will not be considered. But what's the best thing that can happen? I can be awarded the scholarship, the grant, or the fellowship, which many times actually happen. This would not have come my way had I not done the first step of submitting an application in the first place. And of course, because we know that pursuing a PhD is not a joke, a strong support system is necessary, especially for us in the field of science. Many times, the experiments can be very long, and many times also, we do not right away get the results that we expect. Optimization, troubleshooting can take a long time. Sometimes it can be very frustrating. So coupled with physical and mental fatigue, it's very easy for a student actually to succumb to anxiety and or depression. That's why a very strong support system is necessary. And I am blessed to have this from my family and very close friends. So their prayers, their words of encouragement, their listening ear actually have helped me so that I'm like sometimes my frustrated spirit and my tired body and mind can be just lifted up from being drowned because of this support system that my family and friends have offered me. And I am grateful because I know that I survived graduate school because of the help of a lot of people. As they say, like nobody survives graduate school alone despite the brilliance that a person might have. It always takes a village for a PhD to eventually complete the degree. And this is very true in my case. And I am just very grateful. So, oh, there comes the time management and the strong support system. Sorry for the late animations. So what is my career path? What do I do now? So as mentioned, I just graduated last May. Currently, I am preparing to return to the Philippines. I'll be going back to my alma mater, that is the University of the Philippines in the Visayas, where I will be assistant professor in biology in the College of Arts and Sciences. Definitely, I will be very hands-on in classroom instruction where I will be handling courses both in the undergraduate and the master's level. It can be in developmental biology, which is my specialization in my master's, or in cell and molecular biology, my specialization for my PhD. And another good thing is the fact that the Philippine Genome Center in the Visayas region is actually located within the University of the Philippines Visayas campus. Right now, most of the researches that are taking place in the Philippine Genome Center are focused on fisheries and ocean sciences, which are the flagship programs of the University of the Philippines in the Visayas. However, we are very glad that in our last meeting with the director of the Philippine Genome Center, they have verbalized their plan of like creating or probably pioneering also in the Philippine Genome Center a research program focused on health sciences or biomedical research. And they are giving us the chance, the three of us, I together with two other colleagues who like me have just graduated also from their PhD abroad and are returning back to UPV to spearhead the biomedical research program at the Philippine Genome Center, Visayas. So that is something that I am excited about and I really look forward to as I come home to the Philippines. So how does my advanced science degree impact my life? Since I have just graduated last May, so this is something exciting to look for in the future of how will my PhD impact my life. But I just would like to mention that being the first PhD in the family and also in our very remote village, my family is just so proud and happy, more so because of the fact that I like obtained my PhD here in the United States, which is somehow for them sort of a big deal. So what career advice would I give to students or budding scientists? So maybe not really career advice, but something that I can share, which have most of these actually have already been mentioned previously by the last three speakers. One would be passion. It is very important that in whatever we do, in whatever field, we would like to invest our time, especially if it would require long years plus a lot of sacrifice. It is where our heart is, because this passion will be the one that will sustain us, especially during the difficult moments, the challenging moments when we would feel discouraged, we would feel tired physically and mentally. So we would always, if we are very clear that I pursued this field because this is what I am passionate about, then we can draw strength from it, especially in moments that we would feel down. The second would be hard work and grit. So for these two, actually, there are no substitute whether one is pursuing is in the stage of still pursuing a graduate degree or already like pursuing a career as a scientist. It is very important because like a scientist or a graduate student must be willing to work long hours. Many times results might not be very promising, results might not be very successful, and sometimes it's just outright a failure and it has to be repeated again and again. So like a graduate student or a scientist with no backbone to go through this process and not to give up regardless would actually have a very small chance of success, because eventually success comes to those who work hard and who never give up until you get what you work for. And another thing that has worked for me is the fact that as I go along my PhD journey, uh, I got this actually from my mentor, Dr. Cabaroy, also to strategize very well. Like I made it a point to communicate my targets with my professor, with my PI, that is with Dr. Cabaroy. That way she is in the loop of what are my aims, or what would I want to achieve at this specific time frame, and so on. So for example, like upon watching the 3-minute research rumble wherein every graduate student that who decides to participate would present even the technical aspects of their research in such a way that it can be very engaging and understood by a general audience for just 3 minutes, I was like inspired. Oh, maybe I can do that. And then, so by the time I decided, a semester ahead, I already, like in my mind, I have mapped out already what would be the data that I would present, how would I present it. And I started to write a very solid script so that when I present, it would be very precise and the words would be as exact and as convincing as it should be, given that I am only given 3 minutes, that I only have like 3 minutes. Another thing that I can cite is like I wanted to be considered as a medallion awardee. So because it would require like minimum points, from then on, I already strategized every semester what programs I would join in so that at the end, I will be qualified and I will be a competitive candidate for the award. And thankfully, at the end, I did not get just the medallion awardee. I also have been nominated and I was awarded as one of the outstanding graduates to represent Spring 2021 graduates. So I have mentioned so far passion, hard work, and grit, as well as good strategy. But mind you, regardless of how passionate I am about cell and molecular biology, about my dissertation on the development of a novel Alzheimer's therapy, regardless of the hard work I did for 6 years without giving up, even if there were times that I had to repeat and optimize and troubleshoot a lot of things, regardless of how well I strategize as I progress to my PhD. These are like these consist an incomplete package if one is aiming for like a successful and impactful PhD journey. Why? Because the presence of a very good and supportive mentor is very essential. And I would like to highlight that. Without the support and guidance of Dr. Cabaroy, I might have been able to finish also my PhD, but I would never attain the achievements and accomplishments that I was able to obtain because of her guidance, because of her support. And to start with, I was able to go to the US because Dr. Cabaroy accepted me to her laboratory. And on my arrival to the US, I had very minimal financial resources. Literally, I could have become hungry without Nora lending me some amount to get me by during the first few months of my graduate studies before the arrival of my first graduate assistant stipend. And of course, with all the grants that Nora has gained in her lab, I had the opportunity to do cutting edge research in Alzheimer's disease. In one way or another, Nora has been instrumental in me realizing my dream of becoming a neurosurgeon, technically maybe not of persons but of mice, as I dissected many mice, Alzheimer's mice, to study in detail their brain. And also, I was able to be considered, and I got a lot of awards, scholarships, fellowships, and grants because of Nora's stellar recommendation. And of course, the like the topmost of which would be my award as outstanding graduate. That is, I would not have been able to get those awards, scholarships, and grants without Nora's help, without her stellar recommendations. And for that, I am very grateful. And I feel so blessed and honored having been mentored by someone as Dr. Cabaroy. And with our along this point, I would like to highlight for future scientists, even for mentors, the importance of having a very good mentor, a very supportive mentor, one who is capable of bringing out the best in you as a mentee. And I am very fortunate to have Nora, to have Dr. Hiduspan. They are not only my mentors as I pursued advanced degree, they are also my mentors along my professional journey. And like as I highlight the importance of mentors in our journey in the academe, because of my good experiences with them, I am also very happy with the fact that they have not remained only my mentors. They are in fact also my close friends, and they are at the same time my colleagues. And in them, I am confident that regardless, they always have my best interest in their mind and in their heart. And as an offshoot of that, one of my career goals also would be that for me to mentor also the young scientists as my way of like paying forward because of the very good mentorship I had experienced in my journey. So I guess that is all. I thank you for your attention and for this opportunity you've given me to share.
That was very inspiring. Thank you po, Ma'am Lorena, for instilling in us that finding our passion and what we love to do is one thing, but it's also noteworthy to mention that finding a good support system really makes all the difference. Okay, so I'm sure our dear audience have their questions ready. So I'm going to turn you over to our two moderators, Dr. Wendy Solomo and Miss Christine Basilia Bongay, for the Q&A session.
Okay, may we request our speakers to open their camera for the question and answer portion. Okay, let's start, Ma'am Tin.
Okay, so thank you, Ma'am Wendy. So today's lecture is indeed full of knowledge, interesting stories, and inspiring journeys from our speakers. It gave us deep insights and revealed very interesting facts that will help students and professionals in pursuing an advanced degree in science. I totally agree to the point where our speakers mentioned that focus plus effort equals success, and that we have to go out of our comfort zones and reinvent ourselves.
That's right. Based on their lectures, I realized that hard work, determination, passion, and patience are key elements to achieve success. Remember what Dr. Bonyaga said, success does not come to you. I am truly amazed with their achievements and accomplishments. Hashtag sana all. Hence, we should start planning and redirecting our lives. Right, Miss Christine?
Very true, Ma'am Wendy. Napaisip na ako ng goal swift smart ba? Naisip ko din yung advisor ko. So again, thank you to our guest speakers for taking out time from their busy schedule and enlightening and inspiring us through their lectures today. I am pretty sure that all these inspiring stories and research shared by our speakers will definitely help us in our future studies and career.
Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome.
I agree, Miss Christine. I hope all those things that our student participants via Facebook Live learn something from our high caliber speakers, which they could really utilize in selecting their careers in the future. For us naman professionals, one thing that I learned today, when we conduct research, we make sure that our research will truly help our community. Indeed, we are truly grateful for the sharing and generosity of our speakers. Okay?
Yes,
Ma'am?
very true, Ma'am Wendy. I believe our guest speakers are now ready to answer some questions from our participants. So our participants, please send in your questions and comments through the Zoom Q&A box and chat box. If you're attending this session via Zoom or through the comment section, if you are with us today via Facebook Live. So let's start from our Zoom participants. Ma'am Wendy.
Our first question is for Dr. Bonyaga and Dr. Palmes from John Clyde Soriano of Tokyo Tech. Do you have any advice to those who wish to search for industry work overseas with MS and PhD holders in terms of how to search for openings, how to build a network? For Dr. Palmes and Dr. Bonyaga, any advice?
Maybe I could jumpstart the answer to this question. So first and foremost, when I started and LinkedIn was new, we were putting our information in LinkedIn, and LinkedIn has a lot of, first of all, it has a lot of recruiters. It's being used as a database of the recruiters to recruit potential employees, depending upon their expertise and their field. So put in your profile in LinkedIn. The second one would be to create a network of people in that field that you're interested in. Because having that network, it would be a lot easier to know of openings or to know of whom you know who are in that network or in that field. The third thing that I would recommend is also use LinkedIn to drive your career. A lot of people are posting their LinkedIn, and it's pretty much a free database of resumes that you could pattern your own career path. It's also good to know, let's say, after graduate school, somebody decided not to pursue the same area where they did their graduate school. They went on to do business. So those are the possibilities. It gives you the possibilities and the knowledge that such things exist. And the fourth one that I'd like to recommend is that, for instance, if you are interested in the pharmaceutical industry, it would be good for you to research on what are the typical companies overseas. And typically it's much easier to look for openings or opportunities in multinational or global companies, because a lot of times they would have a branch in the Philippines. For example, Merck, Roche, they have offices in the Philippines. So it would be much easier to start from there, and then you could get an overseas assignment should there be any openings outside of the country with the same company.
Right. Thank you so much for that, Sir Llorente. Also, we have another question here, and this is from a parent. So this is from Ma'am Gladys Maria Miliesca Cayabyab. So the question is for all the speakers. So I am a parent of a daughter who is going to sophomore science field in a university. I was amazed all the speakers' journey in their career and the best inspiration, not only for students, but for the parents too. My question is, how do you balance your time between love life and career?
Very interesting. Who's married?
Who wanna go first?
Let's go with the fairest, Norse.
Okay, let's go with the fairest. Is it me? Okay. So, how to balance career and love life? Actually, you really don't have to sacrifice between the two, because it's like, full disclosure, by the way, before I have to say that, or else people would say that you know, I'm not telling the truth. I'm single. Okay. But it doesn't mean that I haven't been in a relationship. So essentially, you have to find that balance, in a sense that the person that is interested to you, or you are in a relationship with, if ever, is also supportive of your career. The same way in your case, because that's the thing. I think it's very important to grow together, in a sense, because if someone in a relationship is not supportive of that, I don't think that you really need to sacrifice anything, because it's your goal. Yeah. You need so much time to spend in the laboratory, just like me. Practically, as I said, practically almost all my time would be spent in the laboratory. But if I need to go out, I go out. The same thing that if I have to go on a vacation, I go on vacation and have fun with my friends, or or maybe if you have a boyfriend or something like that. So it really is making sure that you both understand what needs to be done, and nobody has to sacrifice one's career just because you are on this very intensive type of career versus the other person. So yeah.
Thank you, Norse.
Oh yeah.
Completely agree.
I'd agree.
Support
So
you.
it's really, I mean, being in grad school, you really have to find that balance. Remember, one of my slides, or one of the messages, is really having that balance, to have your vision, your mission, your interest, your career, your education, all of those. And what's not even evident there is really you as a person. And this is really the nature of the question that's being asked. How about your personal relationships? Now, if people would define love in different ways, right? Mostly it may lead to, how about your marriage life? One of the things that I had noted when I was growing up was that I easily recognized in my family that having a family was, quote unquote, I call it a hindrance of having or getting to grad school. I remember being dragged to universities with my parents. So I know right away that after my BS, I would have to go to PhD right away before having a family. But then it has taken me to a different direction. So there is all that balance. And being in grad school doesn't mean that you are devoid of love. You love yourself and you love your somebody. And remember that what Lorena was saying, you need to have a strong support group. And one of the things that we never mentioned actually is that there are graduate students, once they fell off this balance, there are statistics that they would end their lives because of the frustrations, because of the desperation and the failures that they were exposed to in grad school. So you need to have that, I would say, mental fortitude, and have that faith in something that keeps you going, and see that the end of the tunnel is right there. And at the end of all these, I would be happy, excited. The same thing with the people who love me. Yes.
Thank you very much for the sharing, Doc. Our second question is addressed to Dr. Cabiroy and Samantar. From Jetro Emmanuel Baltar. He's a BS Bio graduate, and he wanted to take MS in genetics. Could you give some advice where to take MS in genetics or other tips on how to push through with the plan?
Okay, maybe I could start with this one, because I mean I got a perspective as the one that's actually, you know, like taking students and all that. So essentially my advice would be, I think he's been out for 10 years, and it really depends on where you want to go for your master's. If it's just in the Philippines, you don't need any other examinations that you have to take, okay? You could apply directly. I know pretty well, just like University of the Philippines of Los Baños or University of the Philippines in the Visayas. I'm pretty familiar with the way things goes. I mean, all you need actually is to apply. And I think you also need people to give you letters of recommendation. So the best way to go is go to the website or go to the school that you want to go for your master's, and then ask what are the requirements. That's the context in the Philippines. And then, you know, go from there, apply from there. And I'm pretty sure there are actually scholarships available, like the OST and the other things. So explore those as well. Having said that, if you are thinking of going to, let us say, international, so I could speak pretty well with what's the process when you have to go for an advanced degree in the US. So as I mentioned earlier, the first things that you want to go as part of your preparation is one, you really have to take that GRE and TOEFL. There are schools that probably waive the GRE, but not the TOEFL. If you don't have TOEFL, you could go for IELTS. Go to the website of the degree program that you're interested in, and then look at the requirements. Almost every university that I know would need letters of recommendation. For masters, you need at least 2 letters of recommendations. So get it from somebody who is very, very familiar with you when it comes to your academic performance. That could actually write not a general letter, but something very specific that for an evaluator, they should be able to know whether you could be successful in graduate school or not. And if you're going international, at least in the US, you should pick your university. As I said, you should pick your advisor. It's very important that the advisor's field is aligned with what you really want. Do not pick a field that, you know, just because you get accepted and then suddenly you go for that. As I said, master's takes at least 3 years, 3 to 3.5, PhD 6 to 6.5. You have to spend so much time and effort, and you know, almost all your life at certain point, especially when you're going for graduation, trying to chase that degree. You have to be very, very positive when it comes to the kind of field that you're aiming for. So for somebody who's been out in academia for 10 years, I am not sure what field or what work you are currently in, but it's not a setback. You should be able to, that is completely fine. But in your personal statement, you should be able to tell, you know, why you want to go to grad school despite the fact that you have been away for 10 years, or if what you're working now is related to research, or if not, you should be able to tell directly or say that what made you change your decision to actually pursue graduate school, because those are the kind of in the interview, people would be asking you, why do you have to go to grad school? Why do you have to pick this particular field? What have you been doing in, like in your life for the past 10 years? Do not make it appear as a setback, but package yourself in such a way that your experiences would boost yourself in getting into grad school. So something like that. Sometimes it takes somebody to actually, if you know somebody who is familiar with grad school, reach out so that that person could really advise you specifically. For example, in my case, all the students that apply to my lab, I just don't interview them for the sake of interviewing them, whether they fit in my lab. I actually train them. I train them for the interview process, such that, because I know what's going on, such that during the interview, they really would excel and they would end up as top picks in our program. So if you have somebody who could help you out every step of the way, use your networking in a sense and find that particular person who could help you and guide you every step of the way.
Thank you, Ma'am Nora. We really hope that we have a mentor like you, Ma'am Nora.
I'm happy to help.
Yay, thank you. So we have some questions from our student participants. So this is actually to all speakers, and it says, CS chemistry is one of the courses that I considered taking, but I'm not good in math, and I am scared of board exam. So I'm kind of hesitant, and I'm thinking if I can survive the course. Any tips from our speakers?
Okay, I can take a stab on this question. So well first of all, you need to think about what you're gonna do in the future. With respect to, do you need to take the board exam? Now, some of us have taken the board exam, like Jean herself. I have not taken the board exam. Earlier on, for whatever reason, I felt like I would be working outside of the Philippines, and I did not think that I need the board exam. Now, I have met a lot of chemists who were from the Philippines who have taken the board exams, and interestingly, many of them are top-notchers and all. But once they left the Philippines and had gone to grad school somewhere else, the board exam doesn't mean anything. Now, the board exam is useful if you are going to start your career in the Philippines. That definitely is real. Now, I do not think that being good in math is a requirement for being good in chemistry. The being good is something that we learned as we go. No one is born being good in chemistry, in my opinion, or in the sciences. As what you have seen in all our presentations, remember that the arrow that where each one of us is prepared, we have basic foundations on being exposed to the science and math earlier on with our lives. Now, at this point in your life, there's no point in going back, oh, I'm going to study, let's say, multiplication, addition. I'm just simplifying. But the point being is, because an advanced degree is a highly focused, highly specialized field, and these things are being studied, and that's the reason why you're going to graduate school. Everything that you learn in your undergrad or in your high school, they're just very fundamental. That's really nothing compared to the real chemistry, for example, or the real field that you're in. So do not be scared. And you have plenty of time to study. And it's not just about courses. There is also that research that you have to do. That's why my presentation is full of words, if you will, because there's a lot of things that gets into or that's needed in doing a graduate school. It's not about just being good at something. And remember, with time, it gets with perseverance, with grit, Yes, go ahead, please, Jean.
Are you done? Okay. For my part, I'll say I'm not the best in math, but I survived chemistry. And my attitude, for example, when I went to UPLB, I know that my math background is not the same as my other classmates who come from science schools, for example. So my attitude when I was in the first year or first semester, when somebody tells me math is hard or organic chemistry is hard or this chemistry is hard, I study harder. That was my attitude towards that, because I know, like Leontis said, no one is born like you're good in math. You can study it.
Yeah.
There are a lot of resources, especially now. There are online tutorials, online, everything is online. During my time, I have to go to the library, borrow books, because sometimes I cannot afford to buy the book, you know. So there's a lot of resources available now. So you shouldn't be afraid for that.
Okay.
And yeah, for board exam, same thing. I strategize. Okay, I know that I'm more confident in organic chemistry, but I'm not confident in physical chemistry. It has a lot of math as well. But I studied harder for physical chemistry. I devoted more time to studying physical chemistry and analytical chemistry. That's why I passed all of them. Yeah. So don't be afraid just because you are not good at something. You can do something about it. You can still excel at it if you dedicate time and effort.
Yeah, I agree. And remember that self-realization part that I was saying. What it means is that you realize yourself that you're good at something. You are good at a particular field, for example, in chemistry. Then stick with it. If you're so good in organic chemistry, stay away from pChem or analytical chem. Stick with organic chemistry because that's where your interest, your aptitude, your talent, that's where your talent is. So it would show up at a later point in your life that that's the area which you're going to excel professionally, and of course get for self-fulfillment and satisfaction with what you do. And this is also, I'm going to tie it back again to when my trial and error in the beginning of graduate school. I thought I liked inorganic chemistry because I was a little bit impressed by the inorganic professor we had at school. However, when I started doing it, I could not really understand the concepts. And imagine that, lo and behold, I ended up doing organic chemistry. I can't do physical chemistry either. I can do it mechanically, like I could do all equations and stuff, but they don't have any meaning to it. So I gravitated towards organic chemistry, and that's basically my core chemistry. And I just built the other ones around it. So in a way, you just kind of fake your way around chemistry, but you have a very good foundation on organic chemistry. So you are not expected to learn everything. These sciences, these math, we were not born with it. That's why we went to school. That's why we get formal education on those. So don't be afraid. There's a lot of people who are in the same boat. And that's where your support system also would come in.
And I have to add, in the context of getting admitted to graduate school, essentially you only need a 3.0 GPA, which is, I think, 2.0 in the Philippine system. If you are an undergraduate that did not reach that 2.0, you could still go to graduate school. How to do that? Get some master's units to boost up your grade point average. And people would be evaluating your master's credits to show if you're higher than the minimum 2.0 when converted to the US system that's higher than the 3.0. What it is telling those evaluators is that even if you didn't do pretty well in undergraduate, by taking those master's classes and showing that you're getting some really good grades, it really enhances your chance of being successful in grad school. So that is only to your benefit if you really want to go to grad school, because at the end of the day, yes, there is a grade requirement, but there are some work around to go beyond that grade requirement.
Yeah.
Thank you
There's
very
the
much.
aptitude. Aptitude is very important.
Thank you. What we're getting is really exposure at a young age helps also in developing interest in the field of science. Our next question is coming from our student participant who also want to be like you, aiming to be like you, but coming from a poor family. How did you get the financial assistance or grant that truly changed your life?
Okay, I could speak on that because you know, yeah, I'm as I said, I was able to get into college because of the scholarship. So, and then do not worry about grad school. So you have to plan, at least you really have to plan ahead and save a little bit more if you're working right now, so that you could pay for your GRE and your TOEFL. And I think right now it's probably $200 each. So that's $400 plus there's going to be a fee when you have to apply to graduate school, which is probably 150. So all in all, you know, you have to save up to $600 at the most. That includes travel time. So yeah, you have to invest a little bit. However, once you get accepted into grad school, almost every university I know, even if you don't get that scholarship, there is always teaching assistantship or research assistantship. So depending on how rich the laboratory that you're applying, at the very least, you could get a teaching assistantship. And what goes with that is a monthly stipend, which would be good enough for you to be able to stay in graduate school for the whole year. So in a sense, at least with going for the US education, I would consider it free, considering that when you get here, there is some sort of support. But yeah, you have to put in a little bit of money from the beginning. So I have to give you an idea with my experience. It took me about 3 years to really save up. And when I was actually ready to go, my father passed away. So I have to, you know, I have so much debt in a sense that that I have to borrow money from my friends in order to get my flight to the United States. And I ended up coming to the United States with $500. That was the best $500 that I spent, knowing that I was actually one of the top picks for grad school in our program. So when I arrived, they gave me $2,000. So that helped really a lot in my case. But having said that, there are a lot of opportunities. Yes, sometimes it may amount to you owing money from somebody. As long as you pay it back, there's nothing wrong with that. Take some loans. I did that. I did any loan that I could have while I was still working. But all of those are actually investments towards my graduate school. So you just have to be more strategic when it comes to what do you want to do. And there is always a way. Trust me. You just have to know what you need to do.
Yes.
Yes, we
Strategize
totally
and
agree.
plan.
I just would like to add to what Dr. Cabroy said. Another thing, actually, if you are going to the US for graduate school, would be a requirement for a bank statement before the I-20 can be given by the university for your visa application. In my case, like a bank statement of around $5,400 was necessary, but it's not necessary that you must have that amount. In my case, I just borrowed it. I deposited it in the bank in my name, and I asked for a certification that I have this much in my name, and after that, I withdrew it and then returned it to from whoever I borrowed it, because the university is just after the certificate that we can provide.
Mhm. So in my experience a while back, my friends were, and even some professors were paying for the application form. They were lending us money for the application form, for the application, application fees. And when you get accepted, then they'll provide you with scholarships or assistantship. So it's part of your admission to their graduate school. So at least you're guaranteed that you're going to be getting some stipends, some reduced tuition waiver, some medical insurance, and on top of that, you would have, well, in return, you would have to conduct teaching and research, which are actually requirements for graduate school. And I would always go back to Lorena's point about the support system. That's really how you bonded with friends, with fellow graduate students, with international students, with the Filipino community. It's really having that, not just the financial support, but the emotional support that you're gonna get.
If I may add, from my experience, when I entered UP in the beginning, I had this, at that time, socialized tuition fee. So you get free tuition, depending on your family income, you get the free tuition. And then there's like a level 1, 2, 3, 4 that will determine how many % you have to pay. And at that time I got full scholarship, and I also got the stipend. And stipend is very important. So meron pa silang A, B, C, D, depending on your grades after the first semester or the second semester. So you have to maintain that. So that basically made me survive undergrad in UP. It also with the help of Ate Malok, who is in the audience right now. She was helping me with my stipend or with my daily allowance. And then I started working. And then when I started working, I tried to save money to pay for this application fees for grad school. And then I took the exam. So it took me a while. But as Dr. Cabaroy said, you have to plan, strategize your entry to grad school as well. So with that, I was able to submit applications, and then, yeah, because when they accept you in grad school, for example, in Florida, University of Florida, for example, they offer you assistantship automatically, because part of the visa system is also that whoever is sponsoring you should be able to support, give you allowance to support your stay in the US. So you are assured of assistantship. And when you are already in the US, you can apply more for more scholarships, like Dr. Lorena did. So in that aspect, being poor shouldn't be a hindrance to achieve your goal in the end.
Yeah. So in short, you just have to be smart.
Yeah, and I have to add, when you're looking for scholarship, actually, there's Fulbright. So it all depends on the kind of field that you're coming in. So you could go, there's Fulbright, there is World Bank. So as I said, you have to be smart and explore all those opportunities that you possibly could have. So they're just on that corner. Sometimes you just have to find them.
Mm-hmm.
And also in the Philippine setting, we have other agencies that offer scholarships like the CHED, the DOST. The DOST, they offer scholarships not only for graduate students, but even for undergrad students. And I think in UP now, they offer also graduate assistantship already. Probably in some programs, if not all.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Actually, there's a lot of scholarship. The students should make an effort to really get the scholarship. They have to plan, and yun nga, they really have to make an effort if they are willing to pursue advanced degree. So another question here. This is from a teacher participant. So this is for Dr. Lorena and Dr. Nora. So the fun part of taking a science course is the laboratory activities or experimentation. Due to the pandemic, these activities were limited and the hands-on part, especially the instrumentation part, were difficult to conduct or not conducted at all, and students somehow lose interest on the science subject with laboratory components. What can you say about this talk?
Okay, it's a little bit, yeah, it's true. It's a little bit hard. It's not just in the Philippine setting, but even here. So we have to do remote learning, and with the pandemic, there's just no way to go around that. But the thing is, when the situation normalized again, everybody could come back to normal. Even in my laboratory, for almost half a year, we really couldn't do our normal intensive laboratory work. It's only nowadays that we were able to go back to the lab because all of us were vaccinated already, which, I mean, it's been even harder in the Philippines. So I guess for teachers, you just have to be a little bit more creative. Make your presentation way more attractive, and even to the point that you have to make your own video and kind of do some models so that your students could actually really follow. I think it would help out. But even from my experience, because with the remote learning, I could tell that it's really hard to teach. It's really hard to engage students, especially, for example, with this type of setting that you hardly see faces of your students. You ask them, class, do you understand? Could you follow? And they're not saying yes or no. So how would you know that they actually could follow? And turns out during the exam, the scores are not as what you are expecting. So there are sacrifices that you may have to do, but there's really no way going around that.
Another one thing that I encountered as a strategy also that some in the laboratory courses are doing would be for the lab instructor, especially those involving instruments that students will not have access to if they are at home. The instructor himself or herself will take a video of him conducting the experiment and then posting that so that like the students can see how the experiments go as it is being conducted, what would be the expected results. They will be able to see that in the video. Of course, it's not equivalent to the students actually doing it, but given the limitations and all the constraints that the pandemic is causing, so this is one strategy that probably might be done if it's applicable in your situation.
Thank you, Doc, for that sharing and input. The next question is open to addressed to all the speakers. Coming from a faculty just starting to engage in research, one of the challenges for beginners is coming up with original research and getting external funding. Could you share your secret to being successfully accepted for research grants?
Who wants to go first? I could go first because I'm actually really actively engaged in getting some grants, even if when I started as a postdoc, for example, I already started going for fellowships, and I've been successful. So I think the most important thing is you really have to know the field that you are in, that is very interesting to you. The second thing is that you have to have a very strong foundation when it comes to your science, because that way you could bridge your science to any direction that you could go for. It doesn't have, there is a room for flexibility when it comes to that. When it comes to writing grants, it's very important that you go for those workshops. I started going to workshops because I have no idea what my reviewers would want. So I went for workshops, and that was the only way for me to know that how are you going to write your proposal in such a way that it is succinct, it is precise, it is understandable by different people from different specialties, because sometimes you would get reviewers from fields that are not entirely your field. So you should be able to write as simple as you could, but it's understandable, but the science is actually very solid. And having examples of those very successful grants is, in a way, is going to help you out, because then you have a model on how you're going to write, especially if you're just starting. Otherwise, you would be producing something that you think would be good enough, but in fact, it's not good enough. So take it from the perspective of someone who's actually reviewing. Those people will be reviewing tons and tons of grants. And if you're not writing it in a very understandable, succinct way, precise, logical, then if I'm reviewing it, I would just toss it at the back of the pile. So if there are opportunities for workshops that you would go for, attend those. Second is that if you could get some successful proposals as your model in writing, get those. And then practice and read a lot of scientific papers. Those primary publications are going to be your references. And the other thing is, when you have to propose something, bootstrap it on something that is actually pretty solid, because your reviewers would know whether what you're proposing is not as solid as as they want it to be. And sometimes if you know somebody who has been successful in writing those grants, ask that person to review your grant before you even submit your grant, so that particular person could give you feedback on how to straighten out your grant, how to make it more clear, or sometimes maybe the direction that you're trying to go for is not very logical. So that particular person would be able to give you guidance before it even goes to the actual reviewers.
I just would like to add that, like in UP, or based on my experience and based on what was shared to me, one strategy that they employ is for those beginning to work under the mentorship of somebody who has been fielding successful grants, especially if their field of specialization is similar. So as a beginner, the mentor would take you as a co-proponent or as one of the study leaders in a specific part of his or her project. But then the main investigator would be that seasoned researcher that will help the one starting his or her career in research and like a first timer in submitting proposal to get the necessary mentorship at the same time to have an established name to be attached to so that eventually he or she can be also recognized in the field.
All right. So thank you very much, Ma'am Nora and Ma'am Lorena, for that wonderful advice. Actually, here, us researchers actually do what Ma'am Lorena said, that we actually ask for mentors to join in our research to get an external funding. So actually, that is our last question for this session. So once again, a huge thanks to our brilliant speakers in today's session. Also, thank you to our participants who actively participated in this session, those who sent in their questions. I am sure that you are all enlightened by the messages from our dear speakers, and surely they have answered your questions and inspired everyone, especially the students, to start their science journey. So to our participants, this is session 1, and this Balongibog Talk is a lecture series prepared for you. So there will be more upcoming sessions to follow. So follow the Museo de Isarog of Partido State University Facebook page and Farsu info page for announcements. So our session 2 will be on September 2021, and we hope to see you all again.
Thank you po, Ma'am Tin and Ma'am Wendy. And just to give our audience, we still have this awarding of certificates to our dear speakers for today. The certificate reads, Partido State University, Goa, Camarines Sur. This certificate of appreciation is awarded to Dr. Llorente Boniaga for sharing your knowledge and expertise with us in the Balongibog Talks Science Career Orientation Series, Session 1, Education as a Social Equalizer, Transforming Our Lives Through an Advanced Science Degree, held this July 26, 2021, Manila time via Zoom and Facebook Live, given this 26th day of July 2021, signed by our University President, Dr. Raul G. Bradicina. The same certificate goes to Dr. Jean Palmes. Another certificate goes to Dr. Nora Blanca Caberoy. And the last but not the least, Dr. Lorena P. Samenter. Thank you all so much for joining us po. Lastly, for the closing message, may we now call on Dr. Junie Neil Kapukaw, our Dean for the College of Arts and Sciences, for a short closing message. Sir?
Thank you, Ma'am Sherry. Good day to all of you, especially to the panelists, participants, facilitators, and sponsors of the Balongibog Talks Science Career Orientation Series. PSU, or the Partido State University, recognizes that community and public service through this activity can be extended not only to the PSU family, but primarily to the Bicol communities we work with. This is the first of the 6 sessions that we are offering to highlight, capacitate, and promote science career trends to our students. We are humbled by the presence of our esteemed panelists, Dr. Boniaga, Dr. Palmes, Dr. Caberoy, and Dr. Samentar. Also, with our stakeholders, the PSU community. We are looking forward to seeing you all in our next session that will happen in September 2021. We do hope to extend this series beyond the Zoom webinars and characterize capacity building, research, and other engagements. And on behalf of the implementers of the Balongibog Talks, together with the University President, Dr. Raul Bradicina, our Vice Presidents, Dr. Erlinda Basilia, Dr. Arnel Sarcedo, and Professor Patricia Anderaria, the College Campus Deans, the faculty and staff of PSU, we are pleased to have you all for being with us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dean Junie, and thank you all. Thank you everybody for joining us today. Please open your cameras for the photo op, and while you're doing that, you can also go over the chat box and then click on the link for you to have your e-certificates. Yes. Okay, so photo op. Thank you po. Thank you for attending.
You are welcome. Thank you.
Welcome.
Yan. Okay.
Thank you po. Maybe we can ask our participants to open their camera for the photo op.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to share my experience.
Thank you din po. Stay safe po lahat. Okay po.
I'll start
Thank
taking
you.
photos.
Bye-bye and be
Thank you
safe.
very much.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
Bye.
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 See you next series.
Thank
See
you.
you.